That, yeah. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. I haven't even looked at the market. You guys ready for this? We're going to look at the market for just 30 seconds. And we're going to figure out what we should do. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome sauce. Come on now. Why did they copyright me on yesterday's video? Oh my god. They're trying to take down all my videos. I'm going to have to fix that. I'll fix it a little bit later today. Let me just post this real quick. Good morning. I don't know why it sounds like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but for some reason it sounds like my voice just got like 20 pitches deeper. I don't know what's going on. Just ignore it. Vikash. Good morning, Vikash. Good morning, Danny. Good morning, AC. What's good, Prime? We got John in here. We got Sherman. It says it sounds like too much ice in the drinks last night. Now you know what's crazy is I haven't smoked as much as I used to. Like last year or the years before, I would smoke so often. I don't know. I did smoke a little bit yesterday, but nothing too crazy. Sounds like I don't even know what it sounds like, but that shit sounds funny as hell. All right, no. She said, did Powell come in your dreams last night? All right, now. All right, now. You know what's crazy, though? I had a dream that somebody broke a door, and they were trying to fix it with epoxy and plastic. And I'm, like, watching them try to fix a door in my dream. And I'm like, what are you doing? It was so random. All right, 9:30. First thing we're looking for. Drop to the 200 moving average, so put straight down, everybody. Let's go ahead and look at the puts real quick. The puts are insanely expensive. What in the world? What's going on here? We didn't happen to a put right there because they're way too expensive right there. Let's let the market drop down a little bit. Once you hit the 200 moving average, we're going to try to see if we can hop into a call here. We're correct about the first direction, which is puts. Excellent, everybody. The next direction is going to be calls at the 200 moving average, if not slightly below it. The calls that we're looking for are going to be calls for... Both sides are really expensive right now. Like, really expensive. In the money is $200. Normally, in the money, like one in the money, is only going to be around 180, 140. So you're way more elevated. IV is at 35%, and IV is normally at 13%. So let's go ahead and take a look at another stock here while we wait for SPY. Today's one of those days you kind of don't want to trade in the morning when news comes out like this, like Jackson Hole. You kind of want to trade it after. So yeah, let's wait 30 minutes. Let's wait an hour here. Let's go take a look at Tesla. Donald Trump's stock is blowing up here. So we should be at least break even now. Tesla's potentially going to fall down and hit this bottom here real soon. Once Tesla hits the bottom of 313, we could potentially buy some calls to play the jump right back up. Nvidia's falling here. Let's check some Nvidia calls real quick. Nvidia. All right, everybody, I got an Nvidia call here for $36. I'm sending it into the Discord right now. Nvidia call for $36 for the $175 strike price. Okay, so now we're gonna get ignore the Nvidia, just let it rock now. We're up about 5%, 10% here on Nvidia already. It's blowing up a small amount. I want to sell the Nvidia call for potentially $70 to $120 here. We're now up 25% on Nvidia. So we're already now profitable, everybody. %30, everybody. So the reason why I told you guys to hop into Nvidia right now is because it is massively oversold, as well as it is currently at my entry point to buy some calls. Let me show you guys. So as you can see, you're at the green circle and you're right by it. I want to see if it's going to hold and just simply run up to 175 again. If we go in the money with this contract, we're going to be able to sell this for potentially $140 here. You're already up 30%. So yeah, we're going to give it a second. We're not going to sell out right now, at least. You're already up 40% now. All right, maybe we're going to sell out soon. Maybe. This is going up pretty quickly. Good morning, everybody. What's good, Chris? What's good, Louis? What's good, UTech? What's going on, everybody? Okay, so we bought each NVIDIA option for $30. Each NVIDIA option right now is at $50. We're up 40% here. The next thing I want to look at is, let's take a look at SPY. Let's see what SPY is doing. Once SPY starts changing directions, we're going to sell the NVIDIA option. SPY should be able to gap up here and run up to the high of 640, but we'll see. You also didn't hit the 200 moving average. So if you just start running right now, what today is going to consist of is a straight uptrend to 640 the whole entire day. You kind of pumped you learned something new? There we go. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. No, yeah, make sure you take your notes. Like just like right there, like we were playing SPY calls and puts the whole entire week at open, and then you come out with today, and then the news is just like kind of garbage. The prices are kind of garbage. So you know what I mean? But like we could tell, we know. Nvidia options are up 60%. Oh my goodness. Look at SPY. Look at Nvidia. Yeah, SPY's ripping here. So I'm going to sell the Nvidia option here, everybody, for 76%. Just because SPY is at a point where it could sell off. I'm at 80% now. All right, everybody, I sold it for 80% because SPY could sell off here. All right, so now I'm looking for a potential put play, but let me see if the prices have changed. Come on, give me some good prices. That Nvidia option is now up 100%, so if you guys want to sell it, let's do it. The $170 puts on Nvidia. Let me see. All right, we're going to get a $170 put on Nvidia here. Actually, I'm going to cancel it. I canceled it. Those puts went from $45 to $48 right there, just like that. So yeah, the puts actually worked out perfectly right there. It's just we're going to cancel it for a second, just in case. Let's not get steamrolled by the upside. So just like yesterday, let's not play back and forth yet. Let's just play one direction. And then when things look like we could play both directions, boom, we'll enter into both directions. Let's not waste too much capital yet. Again, everybody, we were going to get into the puts, and we decided to not get into the puts just because the market could viciously run to the upside. So we're going to give it some room, some breathing room. We already got almost 100% right there. We don't got to rush nothing no more. All right, let's fix up some of these charts here. You said big old gains. What's going on, everybody? Kind of pumped? Let's do it. You say watch the supply and demand zones. Let's take a look at them. The supply and demand zones currently right now, everybody, this is like your one way to track down weekly market performance. Let's go ahead and bring it up. Oh my God, look at SPY here. So I'm talking about that Nvidia option is now at $80 from $30. So you're almost up 200% here. That's not bad. That's pretty good. We might trade Nvidia every Friday then. That might be the go-to. What do y'all think? I think it might be. Or we could just keep trading Nvidia on days where it's a bunch of news. All right, my browser's now not working. Give me 1 second. Let me just open up a new one. So for supply and demand zones, let's see what's going on. We are currently at a yellow zone right now, at the top of it. So you could start running way higher, like way above it. Let's give this a second. Let me look at the Nvidia puts again now. Now I'm going to get an Nvidia put. All right, so everybody, we're getting a 170 Nvidia put for $30 now. It was $40 a couple seconds ago. I just paid 30 for one. Let's take a look at NVIDIA now, just so I can see the NVIDIA chart directly. For some reason, my charts are not really updating. Give me 1 second. I feel like all my my browsers are like crashing. Yeah, look at this. None of them are working. I might have to reopen everything. Why do you do this to me now, Spy? You got the 200 moving average as well. Remember, today might be extremely bullish, but as long as we buy the puts at the right times, like when something does, when there's a crazy trend or something like that, it should be pretty good for us. So basically, we wait for the trends to do something crazy and wonky and a little ridiculous, and then we get the puts at these extreme points instead of just getting puts at normal points. Kind of like yesterday. Yesterday was kind of like normal points. Today is going to be extreme points that we're going to buy the puts and calls at. Oh, you guys use the supply and demand zones for my YouTube video? You know what's crazy? I got to update it, and I got to come out with some type of new video. But for now, I'm pretty sure it could still help out everybody. Like, if anybody wants to watch the YouTube video on my channel, the supply and demand zones, it's kind of crazy, but just with that first style right there, I was basically able to develop something that would work for anybody and anything. Meaning, going into the future, anytime you were to use these supply and demand zones, they would work the same way you used them like 6 months ago. It was one of my favorite trading styles I ever created. And once I created one trading style, I was like, there's no way. This is actually kind of fun. Let me create another one. And then, I went crazy from there pretty much. Okay, so NVIDIA's at the 200. You're deflecting off of it. The put options are now up right here, 2%. Let's see if you're gonna get a drop to at least 174 or 173, 172. You're at 173, but 173.90. I want to see if you're gonna get a 173.50 push, if not a 172.70 push, like straight down. And then once we snap back down here, we're gonna try to see if we can get a call going higher than the opening price, which is where we're currently at, or not the open, but the midpoint, right? So NVIDIA is currently stuck around the midpoint. We're playing puts for it to drop down to here, and then we're going to play calls for it to run right back up, going to the high. This is new, so we don't really trade NVIDIA like that. However, I think if we wait for the bigger ranges, we should be pretty good. We shouldn't have to worry about much. And then for the SPY trades, remember, we already have calls for SPY right now, for SPY to go up more, so that's why we're focusing on puts for NVIDIA, because we already have the calls. Our account is already at $400. Oh my God. We made $200 off of that SPY call. Oh my God. Wow. So again, we're up 12% on the 644 calls for SPY. We're up 12% on the 644s. So I think what we might do here is we might start claiming profit real slowly, because our account is now up above $400, and we're about to hit $500 any second here. You said you woke up and you were graphing? That's how it gets, honestly. That's how it really does get. So the SPY just snapped down right on top of the supply and demand zone. You sold for you sold for $80. Yes, sir. But remember, we don't really need to worry about news, because news is just it accelerates the trend. So whatever we know the trend is going to occur, or whatever trend we know is going to occur, it's just simply going to be accelerated, Elijah. So that's the only thing you have to worry about. Just the acceleration. But we already know how the market's going to go. We already know what trends it's going to potentially choose. So yeah, it's just got to wait. Just got to be patient here. Like, for instance, we told everybody yesterday, the market should be extremely bullish today because yesterday was so negative that depending on how bullish it is today, if we hit 640, which is what we should hit, which is exactly what we almost hit right there, 639. After we hit 640, we're going to have a nice little sell-off, which is why we got the NVIDIA put. And then after we have that nice tiny little sell-off, you're going to see the market push up higher to 644. That's the real goal for today. Currently, you're at basically almost the first goal, which is pretty good. It's not bad, but we could definitely do something better than this. So the puts for NVIDIA is just stuck right now. So it's stuck at 174, so it's not really moving up or down. So we're going to have to give NVIDIA a second here. Remember, we bought the 170 put for $30. The call that we bought for NVIDIA, the 175 call, is currently at $100 from 30. So that call, the first call went up almost 300% here. The put currently is down, everybody. The put is down from $33 to $30 flat, $29. So yeah, we are losing some capital on that right now. And then on the Moomoo account, with the SPY calls, these things are going wonky. If it could jump up a little bit higher and go from 70 to like 80, 90, 100, we'll start getting rid of them. This is phenomenal. So we're making all of our money back on the weekly calls. We have a free put right now that's at the top for NVIDIA. And then the next thing we want to do is just let this market see if it can run up a slight bit higher. Like 641, 642. And then we should have ridiculous gains. We should be up to $500-$600. NVIDIA is now at 24,000. Goddamn. NVIDIA is now at $24 each. Let's see where you're at. You're about to hit the quarter point. And then I hate how my web browser is just not working right now. That's what I'm saying, right? SPY needs to keep running. Keep it going, SPY. Keep it going. It's so weird how only certain charts are working. Like right now, my futures chart is working. Futures, you're still running up here. So for futures, what we could do is, in a couple hours here, we're going to get some shorts. We're going to get some ES shorts and some NASDAQ shorts. And then we're going to go from there. Okay. I believe we have some crypto longs on Dogecoin right now, but I got to check. I have to check. Let's see. It's kind of funny because for NVIDIA, right? The second we get that sell-off for NVIDIA, it kind of more so confirms the sell-off for SPY. So all we got to do is just be real patient here. Let this thing sell off. It's a proper timing thing. They properly go off of one another. So there's nothing for one to rush or be impatient for. Give me 1 second. I got to give the bunny some food real quick. Just give me 1 second, everybody. I'll put you on this chart here. Remember, puts at 640. Everybody puts at 640. And you want to play puts for you to drop down to 638 for the SPY. If you go above 640, we're going to play calls for you to run up to 643. My bad. She started spilling her cage everywhere. Oh my god. Created a big ass mess. The NVIDIA options are now to break even. We're still giving it a moment here. Intel and Meta calls are down. Let's take a look at Intel. Oh my god, you just ran up to... What in the world? Let me see something. Yeah, those $24 calls for Intel yesterday, they were at $10. They went to $40 for $24 calls. So you went up 400%, just going up 60 cents. Like, that is so wild, everybody. 400%, just you going from down here to up here on Intel. That's so ridiculous. We got to get a new Intel play soon. If we keep running up and you go to $25, these options are going to go from $4 to potentially like $70 or $60. $60 to $70 each from $5 again. So that's going to be another 1,000% play on Intel. Whew. That's going to be beautiful. Man, superstar. NVIDIA fell so far 90 cents. We just need it to fall a little bit more for NVIDIA. Remember, the reason why we got NVIDIA puts over SPY was just generally because the puts for NVIDIA are much cheaper. So we got calls down here for 175. Those things instantly went up 100, 200, 300%. And then right up here by the 200, we got a 170 put for you to fall down to like somewhere in the middle, like right here by the EMAs. So we're about to sell it potentially here. If you can just fall down beneath this little dotted line right there. Wait, let me see something. If I switch my companies and I go to Tesla here and I go back to SPY, does that make it work again? Yeah, it makes it work. Okay, so I had to switch my chart to another name and then go back to the main name and it'll work. But yeah, this is the weekly chart on NVIDIA, as you all can see. You filled the gap from last night. Now you're falling right back into the price action that, you know, basically made you feel everything. So as long as you can fall down to somewhere like right here where my cursor is, 172, 170, 150, somewhere down here, these options are going to be up around 100 to 200% on the puts. And then after we're done with these puts, we're going to hop into another set of calls, but probably for SPY now, if I had to say. Remember, you're waiting for SPY to hit the EMAs. And then if we go to my reversal points, which is the one thing that always tracks SPY's movement every single time, every step of the way. Let me just copy it. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Boom, there we go. Now let's put it down here. Boom, just like that, everybody. So as you can see, you hit reversal point number 3 perfectly. The options for NVIDIA are now up 5%. So again, SPY's crashing here from 639 straight down to 638. Potentially. The second it hits 638, you could look for more calls now. The NVIDIA options are up only 10% here, so they're not going up that much yet. Now they're up 15%. Let me look at the value now. Value is depreciating like crazy on these NVIDIA puts. Let me look at the calls again. Yeah, those calls went wonky. They went from $30 to $140 each. $30 to $140 each for the first option we got into. That is wild. But it's most strange. I sell rhymes like dimes. Rappers eat chapstick. I'm looking at SPY calls right now. Yeah, still very expensive. Still very expensive. Obviously, they're going to still go up, whether or not you got to get a contract a couple dollars out. It's just right now, since it's so expensive with the 0 days, the potential for them to lose value and consolidate is so high that we're just going to wait for that to occur, you know? We're not going to risk it. I'm watching the NVIDIA options to see how they depreciate. We might have to just sell this for a loss. Oh my God, look at that jump on SPY. Look at the jump on SPY. Holy shit. Oh my God. We're at $700. Sell everything. Sell everything. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. We just sold everything. Our account is now at $1,000. Oh my God. We just went from $200 to $1,000. You're still gapping up. We still got some calls here. You ready, everybody? We're at reversal point number 6, number 7. We're about to start falling here. We got to sell soon. We got to sell soon. We're up 70% on the 650. Sell the 650. Sell everything. Sell everything. Everything's for sale. We sold everything, everybody. We sold it all. We're gone. We're going to play with the smaller price action now. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Buy another 170. It's at $13. Average down on the 170s. Look at SPY. Look at puts now. You literally ran to 644. Oh my God. Puts right back down to 641. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. Oh my goodness. Yo. That was wild. Those 644 options are at $200 each right now. We were buying them yesterday for 30 each. That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. We were prepared. Look at that. We knew this was going to happen. And we caught it. We caught the whole thing. And we averaged down on the puts to play it right back down. Now we're going to get some new puts. But, again, I want value to completely depreciate here. We literally ran to the correct point. Like, perfect. Like, that's all we wanted. That's all we need. That's it. We're done for today. All right, let me calm down now. We got to get into the price action. Nobody trades price action as quickly as we can. Let me tell y'all. Not because we're better. I mean, we are better, but not because they can't be better. Not because we're, you know, sitting on this throne that others can't sit on. It's because we put a lot of practice into this. So I have to say that every time because I don't want to, you know, have people thinking I'm speaking from ego or something. It's from raw refinement of skill, you know. So everybody get ready. Today should be a really fun day if that's the wick that we got in our direction as well. Let's do this. Let's do this. You guys are pumped? Get pumped up. Holy, oh my goodness. So the $15 account is now at $1,000, just like I thought it would be. Everybody send your trades, send your trades. We're going to wait for the SPY's value to depreciate here. But the one thing I want you to notice, and the one thing I don't want you to ignore, is the fact that the area that you ran up to on SPY was because of the weekly boxes. So if I show you some of our weekly boxes here, everybody, as you could tell, you're at the 1/8 point right here, which means you play puts going right back down to 640. So right here, we're supposed to get puts and play it right back down to 640. Let's go on Webull. We averaged down on NVIDIA perfectly. Let's go to SPY here. Let's go to puts. So if we fall down, you're going to fall down to 640. 640s are $116 right now. This morning, they were at, what were they at this morning? $400 this morning. So we're going to let this drop down. We're not going to buy into the puts here for SPY. They're way too expensive. Way too much value has just been given to the market, meaning let's let it lose some value, and then we might hop into more plays for next week. That's what we could do here. Hop into more plays for next week because it looks like SPY is just going to run up to a new high. The area that it did hit was the King's Point. So this is another one of my trading styles, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to teach you how to do it right now. Real lightly, of course. If you want deeper and more compacted information, it's just a little bit more helpful than what I'm about to explain. It's on the Discord. Just go ahead and search it up when you get to my Discord. There we go, Elijah. That's a beautiful play on the winnings, on the futures. Why did I bring up the Discord again? Oh, yeah, it's because if you go on my Discord and you go to, let's just say, notes right here at the bottom. If you search up King's Point like this on my Discord, it's going to pop up because my Discord is kind of like a library. That's the reason why I made it. So as you can see, you could tell how I do King's Point on Tesla. Or let me see, what other King's Point video do I have? I think I have the actual King's Point video somewhere around here. Let me see. I made it in January. So it should be, what date is this? 124. So yeah, a couple videos back. As you can see, I did charts for every single company in January, which is what we're using now. Yeah, so this is the King's Point video. So if you guys want to watch this video, search up King's Point. And it's called Advanced Tier Sunday Classes. Actually, no, it's not. That's something different still. Where is it? Where are you? Yeah, right there. So how to create King's Point, first example, 106. So January 6, 2025 is when I made this video. And this is how you do it now. So when you're looking at King's Point is a matter of looking at previous highs and lows. You got that, everybody? So if I go to an empty chart, kind of like this one over here, let's go find an empty chart. It's somewhere around here. I made it yesterday. So this chart right here, right? Let's go ahead and make the background a little bit lighter. Look at the previous high. And this previous high right here of 647 means two things. It means that the King's Point level above it is right here, slightly above it, usually around $1 to $4 above it. And then the next King's Point is going to be below it. So you have, with every high, 2 points that the market's going to run to, as you can see. And if I keep moving this circle to the right, what you're going to notice is that you basically are hitting this area again. As you can see, look at that. Right next to where we just ran to. So we know the price action wants to magnet here. However, it might just sell off right back to the opening price or the low, and then we could just rebuy into another play. That's going to make us go higher. Because whenever you have a certain trend and you're playing calls, there's a couple different ways to play it, right? You're either going to start running up viciously into that high, or what's going to occur is you're going to run into a high and then reset back down to a certain low where everybody's going to be sad and mad and be a little angry because obviously their contracts went down to break even after they were profitable. But then once you get a situation like that, now it could run much higher. The only problem is most of those people, they buy at a certain point. When they let the market come back down and the market goes up again, they just sell it for what was the peak last time. They don't let it run up more because they don't think it could run up more. But if you have King's Point, now you could be, confident. Now you can actually have some faith that your trades and your ideas are still going to potentially work out. You're still going to have a higher high. You only just had a high. You know what I mean? So yeah, just think about it like that. This is King's Point, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the easiest styles I have that I could teach. The next King's Point below us would actually be right here. So look at the last low, a couple dollars above it, which is where yesterday opened up at. That's why I told everybody yesterday that because it looks like you're just opening up at the bottom of the range and you just keep playing with it, this is all a buying zone. So you guys remember when I told you that yesterday, and then I told you I was going to explain it after? You have a buying zone down here for yesterday just due to the fact that it was King's Point's area. I love calling it King's Point too because it gives it some oomph to the name, because it's extremely important. So like for instance, if SPY starts falling here, the next King's Point level is going to be next to this low, a little bit above it, which kind of matches up with this circle, and then a little bit below it. But do you see how there's so much price action like right here? So if the market falls, it's going to want to fall somewhere into here, which is where you did fall. So we were correct about the market falling down into here because this is King's Point's range down here. And then another one would have been down here at the bottom of 619. So you might only hit, let's just say, if the bottom was 619, you could definitely hold at 620 or 621 or fall through it and then hold down here. But once you get past this last circle on King's Point, that's how you continue to play puts and you don't get tricked out by the market. It's just with this one trading style that we created. So whenever I get calls, I either buy calls here because of the last low, or I'll buy it a little bit below it. If I'm trying to play really safe and I'm not trying to lose $1, I'll play calls down here instead, because this is technically the best location to buy calls. So yeah, that's King's Point. All right, let's go back to SPY. Somebody had mentioned SPY looks like it's dropping here. You had 644.54. The puts are significantly dropping in terms of value here. So this is really good. Yo, that trade was crazy. That thing was crazy. I'm looking at the puts right now for SPY. Intel is also doing something wonky right now. Yeah, look at Intel, everybody. Look at Intel. Look at Intel. You might be popping here soon. Just be very careful. Am I screaming too much? Maybe I should lower my voice. I think I might be a little too close to the mic. Okay, everybody. How's everybody doing in the Discord? Remember, put your trades whenever you get a chance. You could post your trades inside of the 100% category. And yeah. Prime, thank you for writing that. Oh my God, Prime, that's... Oh my goodness, Prime. I have to read through this later. I want to actually take in everything you say. Thank you for posting that, though, brother. Wow, that's a lot. NVIDIA calls is going nuts. Let's look at the NVIDIA calls. Maybe we might just hop into another NVIDIA call. We hopped into an NVIDIA put. But right now, the market is very stimulated. You're still stuck at the same location, actually. So yeah, we might get some downside here. Like proper downside. We'll give it a second. These calls are being destroyed, though, right now. So as long as we average down at the top, which we did, we got one more. We should be A-okay, everybody. Oh, wait. I got to tell people to sell those calls. I told some friends to buy it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I completely forgot to tell them. Okay, I texted everybody that needs to be texted. We're good. Oh, you're up almost 1,000% on the NVIDIA calls? Look at that. Nice 1,000% play right there. Yeah, NVIDIA's going nuts right now. Look at this. You just ran from the bottom of the range of 170s. Instantly right back up to 177. We bought a put right here at the 200. It was going in our favor. We were up 10, 20%. However, the market just got very stimulated, which we knew it was going to happen. So that's why we're very happy that we only put $30 into it. And then we averaged down for another $10. So if we got to take a loss on that, that's okay. We'll just let it happen. We're not going to average down anymore, though. And then if NVIDIA could fall down to 175 or 174 again, then we could rebuy into the call side and continue to play the upside. So we're still going to make some profit on NVIDIA. We just got to wait for it to do a couple things here. And then boom. I'm happy you guys got 1,000% on that. That's insane. That's beautiful right there. And then look at Tesla. Tesla's at the top. Tesla's at, oh my God, get puts on Tesla. Oh my God. Tesla just ran up. Puts on Tesla, everybody. Puts on Tesla. We're going to buy puts for you to fall right back down to 330. So let's go get some 325s. 325 puts that cost $50. 325 puts, everybody. I bought one right here for $48. If Tesla breaks out, you might go higher. But again, I'm thinking that you're just going to fall from the top of the wedge, which you're perfectly at right now. And I'm thinking you're just going to collapse right back down to 327 at least. If you fall to 327, we could be selling out these options at around 150 to 140 each. They currently cost $40 right now. So remember, don't buy a bunch of them. Just buy one. Take it real slow. Just in case this turns into a loss and we got to fight with it a little bit and average down. We pretty much are free on everything for the whole entire day. We already made all the money that we would need. Now it's about accurately putting it back into the market at the right times for the right reasons. And you got to spread it a little bit because sometimes Tesla's going to make a move, but then SPY's not going to make that move yet. Vice versa with NVIDIA and stuff like that, right? Meta calls are dying. Exactly, yep. So we just got to give Meta... Let's check Meta, actually. Because if everything else popped and Meta didn't pop, we could have a situation where it's not going to pop again. You know what I mean? It's just going to have to stay at this low. So for Meta, yeah, you just started to run up. You ran up from 740 to 750. We want you to at least run up to 780. That's the same area the SPY just hit. So you guys know how I told you to buy calls on SPY for 644, like when we were down here. And then, now today we're at 644. The reason why we did that, and we're currently still doing it now, in terms of looking for that area, was because of King's Point. So if SPY ran to the same area, which is King's Point, Meta's King's Point is basically the same thing, which is up here at the same quadrant, you could say. So you might be able to pop later on today, maybe, right? We just got to wait and see. If not, we're just going to run up next week. So if it could not happen this time, because we already made a good amount of profit, if it could just happen next week, I could have you guys positioned much better with an option that's a little bit, closer to being to the strike prices. And that's going to basically allow us to profit. As well as today, like in the afternoon, what we'll do is we'll check the contract prices for Meta. And then in today's opening session, we'll see how much those contracts cost. Because the SPY was overstimulated for 0 days. Any contracts for Meta, Tesla, and all these other companies, they weren't really stimulated yet. If you guys noticed that in the morning, like the contracts for NVIDIA were really cheap. Versus for SPY and for everything else, it was really expensive. So it was really, really, really good. You said dump the SPY, baby? That's what I'm talking about. Dump it! We got rid of everything. Who cares about the upside now? Fall out the sky and let's get more upsides. That's what I'm talking about. Hoover, if you would like, because now we have the Forex Discord, you could post your Forex trades on side of the other Discord. You could post it here as well if you would like, but wait, did you post? I think you posted it in the right section. Let me see. Oh, nah, yeah. So whenever you get a chance, Hoover, if you could do that, that would be amazing. So we got Danny with a bunch of trades. What's going on, Danny? Haven't seen you in a couple days. What's going on, bud? This time, baby, what you gonna do to stop me? Come on, everybody. Yo, this week has been amazing. And that last trade just made this week even more. You know what I mean? The review for today, like whenever we're done trading today. Today's Friday, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, everybody. For Tesla, we're up 17%. Oh, I forgot to post the Tesla trade. My bad. There we go. We have some of you that made $1,700. One of you made $1,400. Real M slug. You made $1,400 today on that SPY option. I'm telling you, that's how it is. That's exactly how it is. You might have made the most. Let's see. You might have actually made the most. I got to check the Discord real quick. Actually, no, Vikash. I think Vikash is holding the record for today. He played some SPX trades. So for everybody else that had SPY calls, everybody here across the board should have made at least like $200 to $1,000 there. You said Friday need a 24-hour day? That's what I'm talking about. Vikash, you said you're addicted to playing with fire? Why you sound sad about that? Was there any other losses that you had? We could talk about them, if anything. Try to see what was the causation of it. So just call me later today, if anything. We're up 50% on Tesla. Everybody, you could just sell out a Tesla here. Take your Tesla gain. We're up 50% already. You could still fall down much lower, but again, just be very careful here. At 50 to 100%, just put your stop losses. All right, the next thing we're going to do here for SPY is we're going to let this thing fall down just a little bit more. You said bring it down? You guys are lunatics back there. I love it. Bring down the whole building. You keep telling yourself to take it slow, and you can't help yourself. All green, but again, this is breaking the rules. Now, yeah. If you're breaking the rules, you got to write it down, you know? Write it down. Be honest with yourself. And that's pretty much all, you know? If you know you're breaking the rules, you have to know that if you keep doing it, you're going to start breaking the rules with a bigger account. And it's just going to hurt, you know? So, like, for instance, let me give you an idea, right? Let's say if I tell everybody that I want to get into a SPY call and I want to pay $30. And it's at $40 and I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. We're just going to buy into it now. So I buy into it. Right? I get the SPY call. Let's just say it's a call. And instead of me waiting to buy it at a lower price, I buy it at a higher price. But, you know, you do that with $10,000, it falling down to that lower price, just like it was going to already, you're going to be down 20%, 15%. On 20,000, that's like 4,000, 3,000, you know? That's a lot of money to be lost on just a slight reversal for a point that you were going to buy at anyways. It's like stuff like that, you know? Yeah, don't chase the price. I'm telling you, the price always comes to us. Where did SPY go, everybody? It came to us, right? It came to my exact strike price, which was 644. It always comes to us. You never got to chase it. Well, with you, Frost, I need you to, we probably need to build your charts here because I know you don't really have much on your charts. So any trades that you get into is just going off of what I say, which is there's no problem with that, of course. But after a certain point, the one thing that becomes an issue is that I want you to be able to trade by yourself without the need of me. Because what happens if I have a procedure or if I can't be here live and you got like 10,000 in the market? I want you to be able to trade and make that money yourself. And yeah, we just can't have that situation occur until your charts are good. So yeah, we'll fix your charts up later today. Other than that, I appreciate you still showing up, you know? I appreciate it. No, trust me, Frost. I already know. I don't want you to keep paying me for no reason. The only reason why I haven't took you out the Discord or stopped you from paying me, even though we've had no one-on-ones, is because those conversations that we did had when we started with the one-on-ones in the beginning last year, they were really good conversations, you know? I look at you like a brother. And you don't just kick your brother to the curb. So I know you're going to make that money back, no problem, right? But yes, we do need to fix it very soon. Yes, 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 yes. Same thing with everybody else. Remember, you shouldn't have to keep paying nothing for more than 3 months before you're profitable. If you pay for somebody's Discord or a teacher and within 3 months you're not making money, then I know it might be an issue, you know? So make sure you recognize that. We're going to be building a school soon. So, of course, you know, that's the thing, Frost. That's also another thing. You got to be patient. Like, you can't tell a friend something and then be like, all right, if they don't do this by this time, screw them. You got to be patient with people. You really got to be patient with people. And I wasn't like that in the beginning. And honestly, I have that patience now. And yeah, you know, you just got to be patient. You got to wait for people. You got to always show up and always be there and never, you know, smack your hand away or smack their hand away, because everybody's throughout their life is going to smack their hand away and shut them down. You have to be the one driving force that changes everything. And that's how I see myself, is to, yeah, just put the weight on my back. Keep it going, everybody. Because I'm sure we might have a situation where you guys might have to put my weight on your back. Might not happen, who knows? But if it does happen, at least I have a whole village and a whole crowd that can, you know, help out. That's what we need right now. We need some true village-like situations going on over here, where everybody really cares for one another and everybody wants each other to succeed. You get an environment like that, that's it. That's all you need, everybody. And then Vikash, you said no FOMOs. You're past that. It's the position size timing. Your timings are good. It's the position size. Got it. But listen, Vikash, like, let's be honest here. With the way you've been getting into these trades recently, your position sizing, like, for instance, yesterday you put in 200 and you took out 700. Today, for example, you put in 600 and took out 2,200. That's not bad. Like, literally, you just used yesterday's profit, and you taking yesterday's profit, you turned that into $2,000. And I don't know if you remember this, Vikash, but yesterday I told you, I was like, if you could take 200 and take it into $700, there should be no reason why by Friday you can't take your account to 2,000. And you did exactly what I told you to do, Vikash. I don't know if you noticed that, but that's exactly what I thought you could do. Take 200 to 700 one day, next day 700 to 2,000. And then tomorrow you're probably going to take that 2,000 and turn it into around 4,000, if not 3,600. And then within a couple days, probably by next week, Friday, you're going to have 20 to 30,000 on that same account. You said the YouTube is delayed. No, yeah, it is delayed a little bit. That's why I have the Discord. That's why I post everything on Discord, and I'm live on Discord and on YouTube. If you guys don't want the delay, you could join it. But again, don't join the Discord unless you have a safety net, you know? But on Discord, there's no delay, basically. But just don't be forced to join. I do not want that. I want you to have a plan. I want you to be motivated. I want you to understand that you need a little safety net. Because if you just join the Discord and you only have $50, $100, it might be a little hard to grow your account to pay back your next membership on time. Because the first thing that's on my priority in my mind, if I'm paying $200 for somebody, is I got to at least make $400, $500 off of this person, and then I could pay them $200. Then it's right, you know? You don't want to pay first, and then you have the opportunity to lose money. I know that's how the world works. Trust me, I know. Like, you would pay for another person's subscription, and if they teach you, they teach you. If not, you know, screw it. You lost the money. But at the same time, I don't like creating a situation like that for the world. If you're trying to really change the world and really help people, you should help change first and do it first, and then allow the community and the people that's involved in it to step up to the plate. That's what I think, truly. So yeah, aside from that, the next idea that we're going to work with is going to be Tesla. We might get into another Tesla trade. We got a 50% off that first trade. Every morning, wanna be right. Alrighty, let's see what's going on here. So we're still waiting for the Nvidia put. We averaged down on that one nicely. This small account is now at, let's see. And then Meech, you said right now you need to work on timing and confidence. A lot of times you take yourself out of a good trade too fast, and then the run. No, but that's the thing, Meech, is right there. You got to understand that there's a way for you to actually know when to buy and when to sell. Like, let me give you guys an idea. So yesterday when we look at the SPY trades, let's go ahead and take a look at SPY here. So yesterday for the SPY trades, we told everybody that right here towards the end of the day when we were playing calls at the bottom, we bought some calls like right down here. And we told everybody, because you already hit the bottom and you ran up and we sold the calls for almost 100% here, just from you popping from down here to here. When you fell down to here yesterday, we got into a call play and it ran up to the tippity top. And we knew it was going to go much higher than this high because you already had a high, you had a bottom, a high that was lower. Then you had another bottom that was higher than the last low. And then you know, of course, got the shift going up to the newer high. So when we were running up here, I sold my contracts like right at the line right there, the calls, because I was already up a really good amount from the bottom, which is crazy because that was only like a little tiny baby move, you know. And then when you ran up towards the top, I just simply bought puts, which is what I was going to do originally. And also I drew it here. So as you could tell, the line that I drew, you fall from this area, you hit the bottom once, go to the middle, hit the bottom again, and then you go higher. So you got to run up, hit an area, hit a wall, resist off of it, and then that resistance then becomes support right here. But that's just not what happened. So when we bought the puts up here, when we sold out pretty much at the bottom, but we broke a rule at the end of the day yesterday. The rule that we broke at the end of the day yesterday was when we bought the puts up here, they started losing so much value because of theta that by the time we actually, you know, we were right and this went in our direction, we weren't really that profitable here. I think it was just 50%, but this whole trade should have been like 100, 200%. So for today, what we're going to do is towards the end of the day, like right before 3 o'clock or 3:30, we're going to make sure we get the put or call at the right time. So that's how we're going to fix our entries from today. Everything else that we did yesterday was pretty good. Besides when we bought the call right here in the beginning of the day and we were up 40%, we could have bought right back into the puts and then played going down again. And then we could have hopped back into another call. So we could have had 3 more trades right here if we didn't hold that first trade so long in the morning, which today we made sure we didn't hold any trades that long. We made sure that, you know, we were in and out, in and out. And when the market actually chose to go in a certain direction, which was up here, as you all could tell, I haven't told you to get into any SPY puts or calls yet. And that's because we're just waiting right now. We want to see if this is going to run up to 647 and then potentially start falling right back down to 643. You already hit 643 nicely, the 1/8 point right here, as you could tell. But yeah, you just want to go down a little bit lower and then we'll get calls from like 640. If not, we'll get some puts going down within like the next 20 to 30 minutes here. And that's really it. So remember, you could track down when you could buy and sell. It's just you gotta basically let the market take its course, you know? You gotta let it do its thing. You gotta let it hit a level. You're gonna be up 40%. It's then gonna, you know, go right back down to break even, maybe negative. And then you really go up for, you know, 200, 300% gains. Because when SPY makes a move, normally you're making around 200 to 400%. When it's just consolidating, you only get like 50 to like 100%. So I need you all to understand that if you're making under 100% per day, you're just trading with consolidation, technically. You're not even trading with a real big move. 2-3 years ago, 100% was a real big move. Like in 2021 when I was trading, I used to sell everything for 50%, 30%. I kid you not. I would sell it all for those percentages. And the momentum that was in the market wasn't that insane, you know? Like I would buy something at $100, average down at $80, and then sell it for like 120, 130, or 115. You know? Just a little bit of profit. But this year, it's so absurd. It's ridiculous. The amount of people that are in the market right now, it's like you woke up everybody and now everybody's trading right now. So, you know, since that's the case, I'm pretty sure we all understand collectively here what's going to happen when half of those players step out and the market's going to slow down again. The market's really going to slow down. So when that happens, I'll be able to call it out, and I'll tell you way before it happens. Kind of like how I know it's going to happen once you hit 660, or if you fall down to 600 again. You're going to get crazy consolidation at both of those levels. So since you're at 640, right now what we're probably going to do is, you see how you fell from here, 641, and then you ran up to 646, and then you fell again? 640s is a level where you're just going to keep doing this, but you're going to be making new highs. So you could say in a couple of days, we're most likely going to be at 650, just like we thought. So what we're going to do for Monday is, towards the end of today, we're probably going to buy some calls for Monday, like a really cheap call, $20, because we could probably sell that thing out for like 200 tomorrow. Because you did everything I wanted you to do today. Think about that, everybody. Like, I'm so happy, it's unbelievable. You did everything I wanted you to do. You're at 640. I honestly, in the morning when I saw us this far down here, I was just like, yeah, this might be impossible. But it still worked. It still worked. Even for the last day, because those contracts expire today. Just like last week, isn't that crazy? The same day our contracts expired, that was the same day the market moved. So that's the reason why we're making so much money as well. Is because we're timing the contracts properly. We don't have an extra couple days. We didn't get it too short. We got it like just right. You know what I mean? No, yeah, definitely. But remember when Trump crashed the market, because I have to show you guys this, because I think now you guys understand that it's truthful when I say that I called the market out every single month last year. But when I say I called the market out every single month last year and this year, I really mean it. If I take you to this chart right here, for example, which is the chart that I was using to explain the flow to everybody. When you ran up in 2020 to 2021, what happened to the stock market? You fell down, right, everybody? But this is what I want your brain to be thinking. After you fell down, what occurred? The market fell, all right. Well, where did it go to before it started running up higher? If I move over to the right, what you're going to see is that you literally perfectly hit the midpoint. So whatever range you created from the bottom of COVID to the top of 2022, when the market finally hit the midpoint, that's when it, finally actually started going up, as you could tell. You hit the midpoint perfectly with a wick. Sometimes they do that, and I hate when they do that because a lot of people can't get into the trade. It's like everybody who was off that day or, working or busy, everybody's going to miss this trade here. That's the type of trade this is. So, but of course, we would have known, right? And then you went up higher. And then, again, you hit 613, but then what happened? Trump crashed the market, right? But ladies and gentlemen, when you fell down, where did you fall down to? The bottom of this line perfectly, just like COVID. You literally just repeated a 4-year trend because of Trump. So look at this. Again, you hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the middle, then you run up higher. Look at this now. You hit the top of this yellow box right here. When you hit the top of this yellow box at 613, you fell down, and you fell down perfectly to the midpoint right here at 480. So now we're doing the same thing. We're just a 41 on the SPY. And after SPY hits 741, it's then going to fall right back down to 613 probably. So yeah, we might just keep running up all the way to 740 on the SPY. But isn't it crazy that you could make that conclusion just from looking at a couple of trends a couple years ago? This is what really changed my life here, because I was looking at this and I was thinking about all the money that I lost trading this market going down here. Because when I first started trading options, my first month ever, I turned 3,000 right here into 100K. So it was right here on October. we had only 3,000 in our account. By the time you hit the top, we were at 100,000. So now, what occurred was, like, right after those months, like when I made 100K, was I put it all into long-term options, like right around here. So, of course, the market went higher. I could have sold it. I did not sell it. And then the market went right back down. And I lost everything by the time you hit this bottom right here. Everything was gone. There was just no value left. And yeah, I was so sad because if I would have had this bottom right here and I would have had these charts that I do now, I would have never lost money. So it kind of made me want to look for these type of charts to begin with in the first place, is when I actually lost money. That was the only reason why I looked for this. But yeah, it's possible. It's possible, ladies and gentlemen. You could time anything. You could predict anything very easily. All you got to do is just play some Tetris and stack some boxes. Okay, everybody, let's do this. Giving you guys some gems. Don't forget it. Write it down somewhere. Let's go take a look at some of our trades now. Alrighty. So we're still waiting on the SPY here. Remember, everybody, we sold out of all of our SPY calls already. We got rid of everything. We're not going to play with this sideways market here. It's not really going sideways, let's be honest, but it's just kind of stuck at the top here. So we're not going to mess with this. The only time we're going to mess with this market again is if you run up to 647, which is where you could run up to next. And the reason why we're not going to mess with this is because you're just going straight up. Any type of situation or scenario like this with a bigger account is a terrible way to trade, because you might just fall down at any given point, right back down a little bit lower. That's just how SPY is. Oh, so that's you, Commander Cody? I didn't even realize. I think someone said that yesterday, but I just didn't put two and two together. What's good, Cody? How's the trades over there? I saw you killing the market a couple weeks ago. SPY's going up higher here. You got 645. On the reversal points, you're at reversal point number 9 right now. So you hit number 8, you fell down to number 7 and 6, which is normal. And then now you're above number 8. So the way we play this is you got to wait for it to get to number 10. Once it hits reversal point number 10, remember, none of you have traded with the 10th reversal point, 12th reversal point in a long time, since the SPY has done a move like this before. And remember, another thing that we told everybody was that Jackson Hole was going to take the market up. So as you all could tell, news does not really change the market. It more so amplifies it and makes the trend just complete itself a little bit quicker. And if you could just have that, you know, like in your pocket, the fact that the market could blow up quicker with a certain news report that's coming out, that's how you really trade for big moves like today. You just got to know that there's news, know that there's an event, and you got to basically play for the right strike price, which is like quarter points, 1/8 points, 1/2 points, stuff of that nature, right? That's really good. You only have one red day. That's really good. And then when you had that one red day, make sure that you actually broke it down and you took some notes. Because from that point onwards, you could probably just see what the mistake was and make sure it's just not a consistent pattern, you know? And then Meech, you said it's, it's like for every 3 green days you get, you wash it out with 1 bad red. Well, I mean, it's just like, what are you doing exactly with that 1 bad red? Are you using the whole account again? Are you not averaging in correctly? What would you say the reason is? Is it because you don't have enough information on your charts? What do you think? That's always the case, you know what I mean? You're in the beginning, it's like not even just the beginning, but until you kind of make it a rule to not do it again. Yeah, people always will revenge trade. It's natural, you know. It's like an instinct. So what you need to do is just develop a system where it's just like, all right, where's the next potential opportunity for you to, buy a trade for you to now be profitable? So the first thing I make people do when I make them trade and I teach them is I don't allow them to average down. Because when you average down, it's technically it's like a cheap trick out of your back pocket to get you out of any situation, which is not a bad thing, but you don't want to, it's like you want to have these tools on your tool belt to use them at any given point when it's the right time. So like when you're averaging down, kind of like yesterday, like we were delicately averaging down on those contracts at $30, and now you're at $200 each on those contracts. Like stuff of that nature. We could have put like 1,000 into it, but we're not going to. Why? Because just with $150, $180, because that's how low our account was in the morning today and yesterday, we took that account straight to $800. That's not bad. It's pretty good. And remember, don't put more capital in the market. Whenever you trade as a person, the first instinct your body should do or have is to not put in too much money at any given point. So like if I have $10,000, I only really need to put $1,000 into the market for me to make back another 1,000, if not 2,000. I don't need to put the whole entire 10,000. That's not how you properly scale an account. Because if you have a loss, which can happen at any point, it'll wipe everything out. So if you technically never use the whole account, you never will get wiped out. You might have a bad trade or a bad day, of course, but yeah. By the way, everybody, I should tell you this, and should tell you this now. My bad, I was drinking some water. Thank every single one of you for popping up into the live today. Today's a new record. We had around 35 people at one point. So this is crazy. It's like wildfire. So I really appreciate all of you. Thank every single one of you.
Man, thank you. Don't gotta thank us.
Thank you, Hoover.
Out here doing what the crystal ball of your head be doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, no way, bro. That big green candle, that's just, we gonna call that the shallow candle.
We're giving it a name now?
Yeah, man, that shit only happens, I don't know when, but you be knowing. I did think that that speech was gonna be at 4 o'clock.
It started last night at 8, I think. The Jackson Hole Symposium. Did it? Let me make sure. Yeah, it started last night at 8. So then today is kind of like the main day. It's like the middle day. And then tomorrow's going to be the rest of it. Or no, Thursday was Wednesday. Wednesday was the start of it at 8 p.m. And then Thursday morning was the continuation of it. It was the middle day. That's why there was so much consolidation back and forth. It's because there was probably some reports released or some information released. You guys know I don't really watch news, so I don't really know exactly what they talked about, honestly. But All I do know is that in terms of the charting, it's like you can kind of know what people are talking about on a report when you look at the charts. So like depending on how the chart reacts that day or the day before, I can then tell what's going to happen the next couple of days because something is changing and shifting. And because I've been watching SPY for the last 3 years straight, it's become kind of like a natural instinct to know when it's going to shift. So as soon as I get that feeling in my gut, I instantly start looking at the other direction, usually. But sometimes it doesn't happen instantly. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, that would have been a really good area to buy the opposite direction. And then I write it down, and then I try to do it next time. But last year, when I was trading Jackson Hole with you guys, I didn't have as much of the charts done, nor information to be able to trade short-term like this, like how we're trading now. We were able to trade it pretty well, but it's just like for all these meetings that would come out last year, honestly, even until December, it was like we didn't truly know how to always play the next direction. We know what could happen, but we weren't really confident with it. And now it's just like full confidence. There's nothing that's destroying that or removing that anymore. So it's really fun.
Okay, okay, I got a question for you. So what do you think helps you build that strong confidence in your play, to making the play?
Taking notes. You got to take your notes because if you take notes, like tomorrow, you're gonna forget how we even got into this play in the first place. So as long as you take your notes, when in the act of writing down a note, it stores it into your brain in another folder that's not in your short-term memory. So the more notes you take and the more information you write down, and the more it basically rhymes with other levels, the more you will be confident, basically. So you got to do work, basically, is what I'm trying to say. If you don't do no notes and you're not trying to scout out for something that you don't know. So like let's just say like right now on the Nvidia contract, right? Right now we're taking a loss. So what I'm going to do after today is done is the most important thing right now for me is focusing on this Nvidia put because it turned into a loss. So now that I have a loss on one of my contracts, yes, I made the money back with all my other trades. Yes, but that's not the purpose. We got to figure out how we could have turned this into a win. Maybe it was buying it a couple minutes later. Maybe it was selling it when we were up because we were up when we bought them at no, we weren't up actually. So yeah, we could have bought them at 25 instead of 30, and then we could have sold them for like 37 right here. So we would have been up like 25, 30%. Instead, we were down pretty much the whole time, and we only went up to a peak of like 10%. So that's basically how you get better as a trader. Just that right there, I swear to God. You look at your trades, look at when you had a loss, look at what you could have done better, match it up with the technicals, such as the weekly charts, like the weekly ranges, and you'll start being like, oh, I could have done that, and I should have waited for that, and when it was consolidating there, it was probably trying to fake people out because of that reason, and it's like all the puzzles start coming together once you start looking at your losses. It took me 2 years to do that, by the way, because I was so sad when I lost 100,000. Now, you could say a year and a half. When I lost that 100,000, I would never want to look at that account. I never looked at it. And I kept trading the next couple months without looking at my losses like a dummy. And literally like a year after, you could say in December of 2022, a whole year after I lost all my money, then I looked at my trades. And then I started being like, oh my God, wow. No wonder I did this and no wonder I had that. And then it started being built. But when you just trade and you just throw it into the past, it's kind of like you don't learn your lesson, you know? There's no lesson learned from that situation, so it's kind of like a wasted moment. It's kind of like a person going and becoming a rocket scientist, right? Wanting to build rockets, and then they just don't do nothing with rocket science. Like they don't try to fabricate, they don't try to, guide and help teams, they don't try to engineer nothing. It's like they just wasted all that time, all the schooling, all that stress. So yeah. You need the Moomoo link? I got you guys. I'll send it into the YouTube chat right now. I really got to use the restroom. For some reason, when I use the restroom, the market starts crashing out the sky. It's a weird little thing. So if it happens, remember, we're going to buy calls at 640. If you fall down here, calls at 640, everybody. I think you can get as low as 642. So yeah, just watch it. I'll be back in a few minutes here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. You guys ready for this? We're about to turn this into a movie. Get the popcorn out. Let's destroy this market. Let's see what's next. So Meta is still running up here. The contracts, they're already down. So this is going to be a nice little learning lesson on Meta. Again, we're down on the contracts for Meta. We're only down around $20. So we're not down that much. It's pretty good, honestly. Intel, we're down just $10. Unity, we're down $12. The next thing I want to do here is let's let these losses happen. We're not going to try to save ourselves or nothing like that. When we bought the contract, we said it looks like the potential opportunity for you to run up this high to this area here exists. So just because right now it still hasn't happened doesn't really give us a point where we could be like, oh, we could have did that better, or oh, we could have did this better. So we can't take notes yet. We kind of had to wait for today to be done with. And then after today's done, we'll take our notes. And in those notes, we'll make sure we highlight certain key things that we could do differently for tomorrow, which is Monday, or for next week, Friday. Because if all these companies just get that cheap on a Friday, like for NVIDIA calls and, you know, Tesla, if everything is actually normally that cheap all the time, on Fridays, we would just trade the stock market a little differently. We'll just trade a bunch of names, you know? And then for the rest of the week, we could just trade SPY. So yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me send the Mumu link just in case anybody needs... you need a psychology channel on this Discord? You said you'd be giving free trading wait, sorry, I can't read a little bit. You'd be giving free trading psychology tips and advice where 95% of traders fail at. No, that's 100%. I agree with you. It's actually the changing of psychology which allowed me to trade like this in the first place. So sometimes, like, I be talking to people that are psychological, you know, majors, like they went to college for it, and the skills that you develop while trading in terms of the psychology, it's almost as if you're studying psychology in like a school or something. So there's multiple skills that you learn when you become a really good trader. It's really weird. It's like really like well rounded off. So that's the reason why, like a couple months ago, I would tell people, for some reason, it's like the more knowledgeable and the smarter you become with certain attributes of life, you become more at one with everything. So it's like the better you get, me trading the stock market all of a sudden teaches me now how to do electrical engineering, let's just say. Because the way I approach electrical engineering, if I ever do it, would be the same demeanor and manner that I have with trading. So that's why I'm going to open my animation studio, and that's why I know I'm going to be able to create stories that are going to be probably the best in the world. Not because I'm overconfident, but because the system in place that made me successful is a system that I could just take and put onto anything. And that's what made life really fun for me. Because now it's just like, now I could really do anything. It doesn't really matter what it is. That's what really changed everything for me, honestly. That's why now, like, I swear, I'd be going outside. Like yesterday, I was with Hoover and I was with a couple other people. And I was thinking about it and I was just like, yeah, it's like everything is so much more fun. Like, life is just more fun. It doesn't matter where I'm at. As long as I got a nice group of people around me, it's like I feel 10 times more excited about stuff. Or, yeah, I can't explain it that well, yeah, I guess. But, yeah, I just feel more happy. Very happy. And then all of a sudden, you guys just popped up out of nowhere. Now we have a giant-ass group of like 30 people here. That made me even more happy. Now I'm just like, it's like I'm dancing on clouds right now. And who knows? What if we get to 50, 60, 70, 100, 5,000 people? Who knows what we could do? I don't like when stuff gets too big, honestly, in terms of the community, because then I can't speak to everybody. So as long as it doesn't grow too fast, there's no reason why I need to place any bottlenecks to slow things down, which is what I did with my Discord. I would stop people from being able to sign up or pay whenever things grow too quick. So yeah, as long as I don't need to do that, that's the only thing that could turn into a worry for me going into the future here. But psychology is very important. So what I'll do is I'll make another channel today for psychology, and I'll just go through like all the psychological things that you need to do and think about whenever you're trading the market. You said it was your biggest turning point in trading. You can have a 100% win rate strategy, but if you fail at your mindset, you'll never be profitable. Yeah, I swear. You won't be profitable, you know? That's why, like, when I made that 100,000, it was, for some reason, there was like a really deep meaning behind it. Like when I turned 3K, turned it to 100K, and then I lost it within like a month or two, I didn't know what the deep meaning was. And the deep meaning was basically, I wasn't prepared. I was never prepared to hit 100K. I was just having fun and enjoying it, and I wasn't thinking deeply about it. And then when I lost it all, it was like, when I try to trade again, it was like I can't trade the same way no more. I don't know how to average down no more. I don't know when to buy and sell no more. I don't know what to do no more. And yeah, my life became garbage. My life became so sad and so terrible. And I had such a crazy low. All my friends around me would just look at me and talk shit, not try to help. They'd be like, why you look like that? Why are you doing that? You should live your life like this. You should do that. But they wouldn't really try to ask or try to understand why a person was like that. And then that's when I started really like hating people, you could say. I didn't want to help nobody no more. But then I feel like that was like the devilish stuff of the universe, you know? Like that was like the devil trying to make me hate people so I couldn't help them. So what did I do anyways? I just kept trying to help people, even though I didn't have money at the time and I lost it all. I still kept trying to help friends. I still kept trying to help other people. And then as I started slowly building that money back up, I started teaching for free, basically. As I started building it up very, very slowly, I started teaching people how to trade SPY, Tesla. And then within a couple months, we started getting so much better than how we were in the beginning that, yeah, people just started the community. They told me to start the YouTube and stuff like that. And then my life started getting so much better. I started having meaning. I started being able to want to wake up every night. Before I would go to sleep, and I would be sleeping for like 20 hours in a day because I would much rather me be in the dream world than me be out here, honestly. That's how I was at one point. So now it's just like the world is beautiful. Now I want to be in this world. Now I don't even want to sleep no more. I just want to be up. I just want to, be excited and enjoy this life before it's too late. And yeah, I don't want to regret nothing. I want to help people, help myself, get better at everything, become the best at whatever I want to do. And that's it. Simple. You said non-traders will never understand it, but everybody will notice your energy shift. Yeah, so people started noticing that. Because when I first was trading and I made that money, I would buy friends everything. Not everything. Let's not say that. But like, let's say if I was going on a trip with friends, I would be like, I bet. I'm just gonna buy the whole entire thing right now, and you guys could pay me whenever. Or I'm gonna, use my credit card and we'll do this, and then we'll just use that money later. Whatever money you have, just keep it. Or I'll get a car. I'll rent the car out. Don't worry about the car. I'll deal with it. I used to do that so many times, like at every twist and turn. And then when I wouldn't see people do that back for me and I lost everything, I started being mad. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I started being mad, like not even disrespectful. It was like the energy shift, Like they could tell. They were just like, why you like this now? Like, why did you change? Like, who are you? And I'm like, if you can't have me on my worst, like, yo, bro, what you doing? Everybody gets down to a low point. You got to be able to pick them back up. Yeah, you can't let the world keep beating you down and then keep looking at the world like the world's the problem. You got to let the world beat you down and then start looking at the world like it's a challenge. Like, you're still going to become good no matter how much bad stuff the world throws at you. It doesn't matter. You're still going to become a really positive and helpful soul,
You got to look at the world and be like, yo, that's all you got?
Yeah, literally, I swear. I swear.
I'm harder than that. I'm me. I'm really him. What you talking about? Not bad. I just
No, you're good. No, you're good. That's exactly how it gets, bro. You got to be like that. You got to approach life like that and have that type of, meaning. Wait, do you guys want... I don't think I have a referral link from Mumu. I think I deleted all that. I had like referral links for all the different apps, and honestly, like I even had my Cash App there, and it just felt wrong and weird. So I just deleted all my links. I took it all out because I don't want people to think that, you know what I mean, I'm trying to force people to get into a group chat just with links and all that stuff. That's why, yeah, for the most part, you don't really see me talk about links or trying to get people to sign up for nothing, because I don't need it. It's not that I don't really need it. I don't need it at all. I could just trade and make that money. But if you guys want the links and you're fine with me sending it, I mean, let me know. I don't know if you guys want the links, because I trade with like 30 different brokers. Not 30 different brokers. It's about, what is it? It's Webull, it's Mumu, it's TD Ameritrade, or now it's Charles Schwab. I have like 8 to 10 accounts on Charles Schwab. I have around 8 accounts on Fidelity, so that's the fourth broker. Robinhood banned me. They didn't like how I talked to them. What else do I have? I have Tasty Trade. I have what was the other one? There was another one. I forgot the name. Oh, E-Trade. I have that one as well. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the only apps I have, I think. I think I might have like 1 or 2 more, but I don't really trade on them that often. But the most amount of accounts that you can open is on Ameritrade and Fidelity. On TD Ameritrade, or again, Charles Schwab, that's what they changed the app into, or they merged with whatever. You can have like 10 accounts, like 10 individual brokerages. It's crazy. I don't know why they let you do that, but yeah, that's pretty fun. You can split up all your capital, put like $10 on each account, and then try to take each account to like 100. And then once you take all 10 accounts to $100, then one by one, you take them to 5,000, or you take them to 1,000, right? And then after every account is at 1,000, then you take each one to 10,000. This makes it so that you can't use all your capital at the same time. So this is why I trade like this, by the way, is because for some reason, I would just always want to use everything. And I would be like, all right, if I lose that account, I'll just use another account. And I had to change that. So that's the thing that I developed, was to have a bunch of accounts and split up my money into every account so I can never just go overboard. And it really does help out. It changed everything for me. You said I don't have to talk about it if I don't want to, but make my links available now since I have people that would like to use your links. No, yeah, you're right, honestly. I'll fix it right now live if you guys want me to. Let's go to my... what account am I on? Oh, yeah, this is the wrong account. Just give me 1 second. Just so... Because if I don't do it right now, I'm probably going to forget. Let's be honest here. NVIDIA looks amazing. SPY looks amazing. Did anything change for the short term on SPY here? You're starting to curve a little bit, so we should be able to get some nice price action going into the last like 3 hours of the day. We just had to wait for this to drop out the sky here. And once it falls down just a little bit to like 640, 641, we can get some calls at the bottom to play right back up. So that's going to be the idea. That's going to be the goal for now, is to play the calls going right back up from the bottom. And aside from that, the next thing we want to do here is, again, just wait for SPY. That's pretty much it. We don't really have to do nothing else. We could look at Intel and a couple other names to see if there's more entries. Intel's still running up to 24. So yeah, that was amazing. We played puts from up here on Intel for it to fall down to 24. You fell way lower and then we sold out. And then down here, we bought calls for you to run up into 25. And you're already at 24. So if you could just run up a little bit more, it might be done though. The main move of today might be done. So we might have to just sell out this contract for a loss, which is not that bad. It's only $10, $10 to $15 around. And then we're going to put the same $10 to $15 back into the market again, make back that loss. And then once we turn the $15 into like $100 or $200 again, just from trading Intel, we're going to then dump it right back into the puts and try to double it again. When you go to YouTube, every finance guru spends 1 to 2 minutes talking about the actual stocks and mainly make the video to promote their discords, etc. No, yeah, but that's the thing is, let's be honest here. As a group, let's be honest here. Let's not try to play ourselves. We trade really well. There's going to be a lot of people that's, you know, attracted to this. I already know. So I don't like marketing myself because it then puts the person, like, imagine if I have one guy or, you know, one lady and they need my attention, but because I have all these people that are talking to me and trying to get my attention, what if I can't help them no more? I might have a situation like that. And I know it's going to turn into more situations like that in the future where I might not be able to talk to certain people. Even though I'm up till like 2, 3 a.m. sometimes talking to you guys, there might be a moment. And when that moment happens, I want to have other teachers and other structure placed and created so that nobody can basically kind of be left out. You know, that's not what I want. Because as I was growing up, when I was younger, I was always left out of everything. So I don't like leaving people out. But yeah, that's the reason why I don't market or try to blow up my Discord, is because I want things to grow at its own pace correctly. The universe is going to reward. It always does. Just do the right thing. You're right. Sorry about that. I forgot to post the links. You see how sidetracked I get? Give me 1 second. That was quick. That was like record time right there. I don't think I have all my links on one. The only time that I ever put all my links on one page is when you go to my other Discord. Let me see. Silo Trades Notes. Silo Trades Notes. So this is what I had to send you, Danny. And originally this was for the other tier, but I just made it simpler. And these are pretty much all the links. So I have a Mumu link. I have a Weibo link. TradingView link in case anybody needs it. Let me see. I think I had to send it all separately. So let me send this one. Actually, wait. No, you need Mumu. That's the link you need. But then again, you said the community for Mumu. I don't think you said the actual link. I'll send the link and then I'll send the community link as well. We'll do both, just in case you need that. No trader left behind. No, yeah, 100%. That's how it should be. Truly. You shouldn't leave nobody out. If anybody's having a bad day or in terms of a trade, they don't understand it, try to make them understand it, you know? Try to actually help out. Okay, so this is the welcome message. What else do I got to do here? Supply and demand zone video. My indicator videos. I think that's it. That's it. And then for the Mumu community, we got to go to... Let me see. For the Mumu community, I don't even know where I posted it. Let me see. Oh, I know where I posted it. You got to go here. You got to go to Silo Trades. And then in Silo Trades, you should see it attached to the last trade I sent, which was right here. Okay. So that's the YouTube live. This is the Mumu community. Control. My hand. Okay, boom. I think that's it. That's all the links you need. I'll fix it after. I gotta go looking everywhere for where everything is saved. SPY is still consolidating here. You got reversal point number 9. You're almost at number 10. So again, we're still waiting for this to hit number 10 here. And then once you hit number 10, we should see the market fall down to number 8. Hold, and then after you hit number 8, we're going to play calls to number 12, which would be right up here at 648. That's the goal right now. Alrighty. What's the next thing we should do here, everybody? What do you want to do? We're technically already done for today. We've been done for like an hour now. We do have to worry about the NVIDIA trade, right? We got to make our money back for that. No man or woman or trade left behind, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll give that one a moment. Tesla's still at the top, so I might get another put up here. I'm looking at the 330 puts, and I want to see if I can sell this one for 150. What time is it? It's 11:22, so it's about to be 11:30. The European market closes at around 11:55, 12. So once you hit 11:30, you should start catching the trends from the Euro close. And then when the Euro officially closes, we'll then see how we're going to trade the afternoon session. Because in theory, you got to think about it, right? When the European market closes, for the most part, what occurs is since you have such a decrease in momentum with all the players that were in the market just a couple minutes prior, when the actual shutdown occurs and like obviously the markets turn off for the day, since there's a decrease in momentum, it instantly starts to affect the IV percentages, and you can get a situation where it's basically just killing contracts right after the event or the Euro market closes. So then what you want to do is you want to trade right before the Euro market, or you want to trade right after the Euro market close. That tends to be what a person should do every single day, just looking at the trends from like the last month, last 2 years. It's kind of cool. So for Meta, Intel, and NVIDIA, for those three trades right there, for Intel, we're going to hold it. For Meta, we're going to hold it just in case the market continues to soar up to the sky here. The Tesla trade, we already sold it for 50%. So with the Tesla trade, it's kind of like we made everything else free. The NVIDIA, the Intel, and the Meta. So that's another thing we want to remember. We want to see if we can try to get into another Tesla trade and have some extra profit for today. This account started with 130, and currently we're at 150 right now. When we made that profit on NVIDIA, it was around, I think, like $30 this morning. So it took our account to $200, and then we took a loss, took us right back down. And now what we're going to do is we're going to wait for the next Tesla trade. So yes, for NVIDIA, Intel, and for Meta, we're going to hold all three of them for now. NVIDIA is the only one that we have puts on. So yeah, we're just going to hold it. Be patient. Make that money back with another trade. Depending on how much capital you put into that trade, just make sure you type it in the YouTube comments so I can see how you could basically make your money back. Because like, let's say if somebody bought like 100 contracts, obviously that's going to be a big loss. So let's sniff out the people who might have had losses, and let's help them out. And then once we help those people out that had some losses, we could then grow with everybody again. Sounds like a plan, everybody? So tell me how much you're down in total for any of the trades that we got into. Go ahead and write it in the chat. Again, it doesn't matter if you were profitable. It doesn't matter if you made more money. That's not what we're focusing on. We obviously know that's the case. We just want to focus on the bad so that we could build upon it and make it better. Exactly, yeah. We're just waiting for the SPY to get shaken up a little bit. And I want to see it fall from up here straight back down to potentially 641. The reason why we're not getting any puts right now is because data could just completely rip those things apart. So what I want to see here is instead of us getting to the next move, I want the move to occur, take us out the sky, and then when we drop back down to the floor, we're going to hop back into another call. Potentially overnight, if not, 2 days out, 3 days out. Because you pretty much ran $9, I think? Yeah, you ran basically $9 so far, almost $10. So you could fall down. This is something else you guys should write down. Write this down, everybody. If the market ran up $10, you're going to fall down 5. So whatever's $5 from the top, which is 641, it kind of perfectly matches with that $5 rule. It's not actually $10, by the way. It's like, I think, $9 perfectly. So meaning it could fall down $4.50 from the top. So that would be $4.50. That'd be 442.30, 441.80 we could fall down to. So 441.80 is where we're going to potentially hit. And after we hit that, we can get some calls. You're just holding one? All right, so as long as everybody's holding just one like me, this is perfect. You guys actually make me insanely high. High. Insanely happy. There's no way so nobody overdid it on those plays, like at all? Really? Yep, so you just got 2 of the NVIDIA ones. Same here with me. I just have 2 for NVIDIA. Wow, you guys did amazing. I don't know if you guys understand that. You guys did if you guys only have 1 to 2 contracts, that's amazing right there. That's crazy. Let's be honest here. That's crazy. Because normally, you know how it is. Normally, sometimes a person just overdoes it sometimes. They don't have the rules and the regulations inside their gut yet, where they could do everything like 100% perfect. And you guys are literally doing it all perfect. Because I remember yesterday I had mentioned to everybody, make sure you only get 1 or 2. Save your capital. And just go very light. Go the lightest you could possibly go into any trade. But just make sure that the potential is still there. Well, 2 because of these. No, if you DCA'd into it, like how I did for NVIDIA, that's literally perfect. You guys just literally made my day with that. You know that? Nah, Jada. So we never played any puts for SPY. The reason why we never played any puts for SPY was because when you ran up, I told everybody we're just gonna wait for this to fall down to 640. We're not actually gonna play it for to fall down to 640. Instead, what we did was we traded NVIDIA, and then we had a 50% trade to 100% trade on NVIDIA. I forgot where we sold it, somewhere around there. And then we had the Tesla trade. So instead of trading SPY, we traded NVIDIA, we traded Tesla. One of the NVIDIA trades ended up not going in our favor. So currently right now on that one, we're down basically to break even on NVIDIA for today. So whatever profit we made in the morning with the NVIDIA put, we basically lost it. And then with the Tesla trade, we made it all back again for some extra profit, pretty much. So yeah, no SPY options just yet. So Jada, you're currently down 147 because you thought that okay, got it. All right, perfect. So the next thing I want you to do, Jada, is what is your expiration for those contracts that you're currently down on? So what is the expiration and how many contracts do you have? By the way, this is how I have my one-on-ones with everybody. So I want to show you guys this is exactly how I go about teaching people one-on-one at nighttime or whenever people are free. It's these questions right here. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Trust me, it's all good. Mistakes happen. But what I want to figure out now is how can we get you out of the rut? How can we get you out of that mistake and turn it into a positive win? That's the first thing I like to think about. So we'll wait for that information, and then boom, we'll start planning. Like I told you guys, I don't want nobody negative. If you guys are negative, be honest, just say it, and I'll work with you so that we could turn your account into something positive. Because I know how it is, you know what I mean? I've been there, where days where 90% of people are winning, and there's just like, I'm just the one person who's not winning. It's not really, fun. And I want this to be fun for everybody. Okay, so it's a 0 DTE to expire. Okay, what is the strike price now? If it's a strike price, it's usually... Okay, so you got a 0 DTE and you got 1 contract. All right. If you paid 150, I'm assuming it's probably something that's closer. So you were probably thinking correctly there in terms of how far you got out. I just need to know the strike price next. And then let's go open up Webull. And let's show everybody how we're going to work back from this. So you jumped in on the SPY put as well. You're down 50% as well. Okay, so we have 2 individuals we got to help out here. So if we can't make profit, the one thing you got to do here is at least understand what you could do differently next time. So if you ever find yourself in a similar situation, this should be able to help you out. So we're looking at the strike prices now. You jumped into a 0 DTE. Yeah. Please update the desktop app to continue using their services. All right. Exit Webull to install. The desktop application on Webull is for some reason completely terrible. What is happening right now? What just happened? The program is running. Please close it. Okay. I think it just crashed. Usually that's an easy average down. I jumped in. I think you're safe, Brian. What's the safest? What's the strike price for the Nvidia puts? It's a 170 put right now. But as a value starts to depreciate here, the one thing we want to do is let the value keep losing itself, basically. Just keep draining, keep draining, keep draining. And then by the time SPY hits the top of the range, which is 647, the next goal, we could then hop into a new put play, like a brand new strike price, much closer. That's how I tend to play with these entries whenever they go against me. I usually don't average down, especially if there's no potential. So like, for instance, let's just say you have an option for Intel and you're at $25. If you're trying to play for it to drop down to $20, like the potential that could occur the same day is kind of unlikely. You know what I mean? It's not just kind of unlikely, it is unlikely. What you want to see here is you do a big move one day and then the next day you're doing a continuation of that big move. So when I'm buying my options, if I buy, let's just say a put right here, right? And then tomorrow you fall down, but my value is just not there. It just drained. I let it run up a little bit more, go back to the same range where I initially bought the put, if not much higher. And then I'll buy another put that's closer because value, of course, has been drained out the whole entire options board. So all you need now is just a little flicker, a little extra momentum to slip in when the momentum actually depreciates completely. And yeah, just sell your contract for a little profit. Okay, so Jada, you got the 643 strike price. 643 strike price. Let's go take a look at it. So the 643, give me 1 second. Webull just crashed. So Nvidia's still running up here. Where's SPY? There it is. The next target SPY needs to run up into is 647.40. 647.40, everybody. Yeah, you're almost at the top here. So this is pretty insane. You know what I mean? You hit the midpoint when we bought those calls at the bottom here, everybody. And now you're right back at the top. So now the next thing we're going to do here is play puts from this area. And we're going to play puts for you to drop down to the 1/4 point. Or potentially now much lower, which is going to be 619. So since you completed the halfway point, you ran up to the top, which is what I kind of wanted you to do over here. When we bought the calls, like right down here, you could say. We bought them at 638 the first time. And then you drop down here. Then once you hit 633, we averaged down again. And then yesterday, we also averaged down again in the morning because you were still near the same level. And you pretty much did exactly what we wanted, which was for you to run up to the weekly range. Now you're at the top of the weekly range. So in order for us to play calls going higher into the 650s, we got to get above 647 flat. For now, though, if you hover around this range, you're just going to potentially fall right back down to 640. So for Jada, your contracts, you have 643s. You have for the 1/8 point right here. So yeah, you're still in range. You're still in range right now. You could still be very profitable on that trade. You just got to let this fall back down to the 1/8 point. And then when it does fall down to the 1/8 point, the first thing you should do is probably put your stop loss just in case. Because sometimes what they'll do is they'll give you all your value back. You'll be break even, if not a little profitable. And then they'll just literally go right back up again, you know. destroying and making the contracts pretty much just bleed out. So Brian, where did you buy? Let's see what Brian bought. So Jada, you're good. You just got to give this some time here. You still have a lot of potential. Let's say in 30 minutes or an hour, we'll go back into the charts and see if you still have potential. But just try to not take a big loss, you know. Try not to take a big loss. Just don't put too much capital into it. Don't average down yet. Brian, you bought a put for... So you bought a put... You got a 644 strike price. So if you got a 644 strike price, Brian, no, yeah, you're perfect right now. You're still within range. I could still see the market falling down to like 642, 641. If we go above 647, we might have a problem though. Just recognize that. For now, you could fall from the top range right back into the middle, if not a quarter point, which are these boxes that I showed you earlier. And then we're going to get some calls down here at 640 or at 643. We could buy some calls. And this is your first week following minimal trades, and you're up over $200. It could have been $5 to 10K, but I don't like to blindly mirror trades. I prefer to understand what is being looked at. No, you're right about that. Listen, you're right. You're completely right for that. Because when I first joined a Discord in 2021, I saw how the person was trading, and within a week, I was already no longer watching them. Like within a week, I was able to trade by myself. I took my 3,000, took it to 6,000. And then from 6,000 all the way to 100K, I pretty much wasn't looking at this person no more. I wasn't mirroring their trades no more. I was getting into my own stuff. Because my own stuff was usually more profitable. That's what I'm saying. I know you guys could make a ridiculous amount of money because the way I trade is a more safer interpretation of it. The way you could trade is completely wild and ridiculous, and not in a bad way, of course, but like a really, really, really ridiculous good way is what I'm trying to say. I know you guys could, make more money than me. I know you guys could get to a higher level. I know you could. Every single one of you. So as long as that's your goal, just trade small, trade small, trade small. Turn it into something, gigantic. That's perfect. You said, is it safe to get a 643 put? You can get a 643 put, but honestly, everybody, when the market is in this type of a situation, this is where my safety mechanism starts to kick in. And in all honesty, let's go check the puts. If it's a right price, we could buy it. But if it's too expensive still, we're just going to have to wait. Oh, yeah, no, now they're good prices. They're really good prices right now. What in the world? What happened to IV? You literally dropped down to 17%. So, yeah, we could probably play the puts now, actually. Looks like the value is almost gone. Let's see here. Let's go load up the SPY charts. Let's load up the reversal points. Let's see where everything is at. You hit number 10 perfectly. Yeah, so look at that. You hit number 10. Now you're falling down to the pink one. You could fall down a little bit more to number 8. And when you hit number 8, you might hold here. And then once you hold here, we could see this thing potentially either go up to number 12 or hit number 9 and then go down lower. So number 8, 9, see if it wants to go up higher. If not, we're going to continue to play the drop going down here. But remember, if you're buying calls at number 8, just please be careful. Please be very careful. One option, in order for us to buy puts, we need to go to number 10 again. That's the only time I'm going to let you guys hop into a put is at structure points. So yeah, we're going to wait a second here. See if the market runs up. You might get a little bit above number 10, honestly. And then if you can get a little bit above number 10, we could get the put above it. Yeah, that's really cheap. They're really cheap right now. Oh my God, finally. And it's 11 o'clock. You know what that means, right? We can have so many more trades today. We just got to wait for the first move to occur, which is the reason why I kind of didn't want you guys to get into the puts to begin with. Was sometimes you got to wait for the actual move to occur. And then once you get a move, then you could play the retracement on that move or the continuation of that move. So it's kind of like just having a shield that could protect you. Yeah. But here's the thing. With options contracts, I do not suggest looking at the Greeks. Do not look at the Greeks. Ladies and gentlemen, I can wholeheartedly tell you that looking at Greeks will give you nothing but the wrong information. Because when you're looking at a Greek, which is theta, delta, gamma, vega, rho, when you're looking at these Greeks, the information that they're trying to give you in terms of valuations is ridiculous. They don't even properly do it correctly. How do I know that? It's because how can a SPY contract that has, 0.5 delta drop to a contract that's like 0.3 delta, and then within, a couple hours later, that delta is right back up to 0.5, 0.6. I know gamma, and I know there's other things that you could use to track down how much delta can go up and down. But let's be honest here. Who in the world is going to do that? Who in the world is going to look at delta and do the math on this and that and then try to do this and then try to find that? It's too much just nonsense is what I would say. Because you're following by their metrics, and you should not follow their metrics because they're going to give you the wrong metrics. That's how they are. Trust me, that's how they are. That's why you don't want to even look at your options contract most of the time. The first thing you do when you look at the option is see if the technical analysis is there and it plays out. Because if the technical analysis tells you that your option could still be profitable just due to the range, that's all you need. You don't need delta, you don't need gamma, you don't need none of that. Of course, you don't want to get too far out the strike prices. Like, you only want to get 2 to 3 strikes out, and then you want to have that contract go like 1 away from being in the money, because that's the gamma ramp. That's actually what that is. So contracts, when they're going from out the money to in the money, they tend to increase value more quickly than contracts that are already in the money. When you're already in the money, you're increasing by a certain delta. When you're out the money, it's like the delta needs to go through mass change. You need to go through a couple easy targets that are very short, very close, so it quickly changes the value. And then all of a sudden, it's like your contract is at $30 and you wanted to sell it for 60. The delta's telling you should sell it, but your charts are telling you hold. It's the only thing that's going to tell you to hold and sell. Yeah, I hate the Greeks, because when I was trying to figure this out, I was like, what in the world am I looking at? Well, 0.5, 0.6, no, I'm good. That's not the way my brain works. I hated doing math. I hated doing, fractions and stuff like that. So if it's not simple fractions and simple math, I just don't like it. Which, we'll see how that plays out when I start getting into rocketry. At one point in my life, we'll see how I don't know how that's going to be. Same thing with chemistry. I wish I took chemistry more serious when I was in school. I wish I did. Because now it's like I'm trying to learn chemistry and all this stuff after, and yeah, this stuff is it is easier for me to learn without being in school. Because the way teachers teach, they teach one way. They only teach a certain way. And it's very hard for multiple students to grasp their understanding and their meaning. So when I'm teaching, the one thing I make sure to do is target everybody independently, because everybody's different. Everybody learns differently. And as I started targeting people independently to make sure that each person would learn delicately in their own fashion, like properly, like real properly, like they're doing the notes, they're taking, the charts, they're doing the technicals correctly. What I then do is I try to give that person a proper outlook in terms of what their scaling could look like, and then I just throw them into the fire. I throw them into the boiling bowl, and I see if they're going to make it out. That's pretty much how I teach people. But yeah, the reason why I teach people like that is because in school, it was like nobody was able to teach me. I was getting the same, not grades. I was getting the same answers that the smart kids were getting. It's just I was not doing it the same way they were doing it. I was always doing it like weird and wrong, and the teachers would always tell me something, bad. They would always try to correct me. But yeah, I don't like environments like that. So I try to be real laid back and so on and so forth. I think you get it now. But yeah, absolutely hated school. No, yeah, literally. By the time you do all that math and you do all those back and forth, you know, equations, it's just like the option is already in a whole different, zip code. Yeah. But you know what people start doing, right? That's the reason why I love like my brain is because I know everybody does stuff the same way. When you start focusing on people independently, what you start finding is a true way to teach people. It's kind of like focusing on just a spy 3 years in a row, creating every single possible trading style that one could think of. And then when you become a master, then you start trading, Tesla, Nvidia. And of course, you're going to be really good with trading that stuff because you were focusing on all your skill points and all your skill tree. It was like being diverted into one tool. And then when that tool became the sharpest tool in the whole entire shed, then you started focusing on sharpening the next tool. One by one, day by day, night after morning. And what occurs is those tools become the sharpest tools in the world. It's just most people, they don't really focus on things delicately, like one by one, like a game. They focus on everything at the same time. And it's not a stupid thing because, like, let's say if you're focusing on just making money and you're not focused on your health, you could have a bad health issue. So you shouldn't focus everything. Like, if there's 100% that you had to put into something, you should be putting like 80% into it, 90% into it. And as long as you do that and you put the other 5-10% into everything else, you slowly divert it so you don't have no issues. You start becoming a master at it very quickly. It's not you doing something for 10,000 hours that makes you a pro. It's you doing it for 10,000 hours. And then that last 100 hours is the final push. It's what really builds the confidence and the structure. And now you start organizing towards the end. And then you start getting quicker. And then you start bunching up all that information from those 10,000 hours. But it's not the act of you making the notes throughout the full 10,000 hours. Like, the only reason why I stuck to trading, honestly, is because literally it was like I put 10,000 hours into it. And it was just like, all right, now I should probably take this serious. Now I should probably take this to the next level. Now I should probably do something with this. Teach people, do something with it. It's crazy. So that's why the teaching now works across the board with everybody. The way I speak sometimes is a little wonky. But at the same time, what I'm aiming for in terms of the wording, it works with everybody, I've noticed. It's just some people, they require me saying it different ways, you could say. So like with these one-on-ones, what I noticed is the questions that people bring are very, very, very helpful in terms of me being able to teach the next person. So whatever they tell me, I tend to be very open to it, and I tend to hear them out because I know it's going to help another person. We're very similar to each other, We're different from each other. Obviously, our brains are a little different. There's different amounts of, neurons that are being connected in everybody's brain. However, it's still a brain, You could still build it like a muscle and add on top of what you already know. All right, let's get back into the price action, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like SPY's fallen once you hit number reversal point 10. Or number, I should have just said number 10, not number reversal point 10. In terms of the supply and demand zones, you're at a purple zone, everybody. So you're at a put zone. You're at a weekly put zone. So we bought puts off this purple area a couple days ago. And we're probably going to buy puts around here again. This is a really good put location. Like, really good. I could definitely see you falling right back down to 642. Or, you know what? You could probably fall down on top of this next yellow supply and demand. Oh, it already did. You see how I went above the yellow supply and demand zone, then held on top of it? Then now you're going up to the purple. So I already completed this zone here. I got to update these today. I got to drag all of them right. They're all to the left here. Yeah, so just in case SPY crashes out the sky, this is how I'm going to have everybody here trade. I already have all the entries listed for us to play puts going right back down to 560. Which sounds, I know you're going to look at me like I'm crazy, but you guys know I don't have anything else to do. So all I do is fix these charts. And yeah, we have the weekly, monthly, and the 0-day entries all listed, all ready, all waiting for us to drop below 620. It's about, I think, 300 entries now at this point. It's like 330 in total. And then when the market was falling out the sky in February, this is what we were using. So as you can see over here, it was still listening to supply and demand zones pretty much all the time. Look at this. Like, so for instance, when the market ran up to 480 and you fell, you were also at a put area. So that's the reason why I told people to buy puts a couple months ago. And then the market was at 580. The next day, the market went down to 513. So it was a $30 drop on the whole entire SPY within 24 hours. And then when you stop dropping, look at what you hit before you ran up again. The gold, which is calls. So you did hit this one and you had a little call play here, but then it wanted to really go to this one. This is kind of like what today did, where you went past the gold, you went past the purple, and now you're pretty much at the purple right now. So if you fall down, you could definitely fall down to the golden one. That's the reason why I made this trading style, by the way. It was supposed to be the easiest trading style that's supposed to work on the weekly scale, which it is still one of the best ones, but it's very hard for me to teach a person. Like, for me to teach a person how to use supply and demand zones, it normally takes them around 3 months. 3 months to like a month, a person could master it. You said your brain is as smooth as a roller derby. What the hell? Yo. I don't know why. That was just so funny. I just started picturing it. I was like, that shit's not smooth. What are you talking about? Yo, I'm dying. Charting does get addictive, I'm telling y'all. It becomes really fun. It's like, as you start charting more and more and more, you start wanting to do it more and more and more and more, and then, you know what I mean? It just keeps going like a wildfire. That's why I have all these charts just done to this degree. Like, for instance, I want to break your brains a little bit. I want to show you how cool this is. I have all the levels spot for SPY planned all the way up to 1086. Every single level that we're going to play puts at, it's already all listed for the next 3 to 4 years. The same thing with downside. It's all listed straight down to 240. And this is just one variation. I have a couple different variations of this. Like this one here. Whole different chart. Whole different reasons. Whole different set of buying and selling points. And then this one here. This one's even crazier. This is more specific. And then you have like this one over here, where it's like kind of, it's like this one here, like this one that's really specific, but it's like less information, so you can actually look around the chart and not just be like, all right, this looks really bad. I also fixed the text points, so like you see how it says top point, like this line right here that I'm moving. Those are all the points that we're gonna play to. And this was done last year, so just so you guys understand, all these levels were done since last year. We played the puts at 643 because it's a 1/8 point. And then the next level we're going to focus on puts is at 657, like the midpoint. And then the top point, 676. So that was another chart. This chart right here is basically explaining this one. So the Great Fall chart, the chart that's supposed to show you how SPY is going to fall down to 330. Because by the way, everybody, I think the SPY is going to fall down to 340, 330 within the next 2 years. So we're going to buy some 800 day out puts for 360, 440. Once you hit 660 to 680, that's when we're going to buy a 2 year to 3 year output. Just in case. just so we can have our downside covered. Because yeah, the reason why you should fall to 330 is because what I did was I went through the stock, and mind you, I do this with every single chart. Every single chart has its own variation, but I went to the beginning of time in history on the SPY, and I basically followed every pattern that I could find. I sniffed it out, I wrote it down, and then what I did was I basically compared it with all the other years, 2002, 2006, and I started learning a lot of information when I started doing this. It actually started teaching me how to trade the 0 days properly when you look at it like this. And then I basically took the same pattern into 2018 where you continued the trend right here. So there's a certain trend. The biggest pattern I'm looking for is this one. It's a pattern where you drop out the sky 3 years in a row, and then the third time you make that low. So look, a low here, and then low here, and then you pop up higher. Look at down here. You only have one low. So you need to have another low down here at 330, and then potentially another low down here in 2027, because every year is supposed to be its own low, like 2018, 2019, and then COVID. So right here was interest rates. Something else is going to put you down here, and then the third time, and then once you get 3 of those, then you can actually go much higher. The simple fact that it started going higher before it is already showing me that it's doing something it didn't do back down here, which means either there's a new trend that's basically occurring here, like a new 5-year, 10-year trend is basically like we're in the midst of it, or it's true and you're actually going to fall right back down to here. It's going to be hard because, you know, with all this new news, with the government, we might not get that drop for a long time. Maybe it happens 5 years later, but I still think it's going to occur just because of that pattern. And then you start factoring all my charts and all the patterns, and it becomes like this really clear way for you to go through the ocean, you know? It's like you're swimming through a river and you're missing all the rocks, you're not hitting no trees. You're just like, you're flowing, you know what I mean? Pure flow. All right, everybody, let's take a look at the SPY here. So boom, we hit reversal point number 10, and it looks like the market's doing exactly what we want, just like it was doing it yesterday and the days before. Now you're at number 9. Let's look at the calls here for SPY. You slightly fell below number 9, which means we could definitely go down to number 8 now. We'll see if it just snaps up above number 9 again. Sometimes it does that. For the calls, yeah, these calls are ridiculous. These calls were at $4 this morning. They went straight to $90 from $4 each. So the 0-day options went up like 2,000% here. That's ridiculous. The option in terms of the calls that I'm looking for is basically you hit a high of 646. We would basically be buying 647 plays here. So the options that we're going to buy here are going to be 647 calls. When you hit number 8 potentially, we just got to give it a moment here. Give it a second. For anybody who has puts, when you hit number 8, you can either stop out, take your profit if you're happy with it, or if you're looking for something much bigger, look for puts to 641. Because that's how far the market could drop here.
Yo, Salo.
What's good, Hoover?
I saw some funny shit on IG about some guys he posted about like his stock chart and like the big ass whip from SPY. He called it a Hulk dick candle.
A what? What you just said?
Check the chat. I posted it in the chat.
Let me see. What? You said if we close NVIDIA, for a loss, it will be minus 67. So Danny, the first thing we want to do here for you, is we want to make sure that for the SPY trades, we get you into another SPY trade that can make you profitable again. So that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to have you get into a SPY trade. In terms of NVIDIA, we're not going to trade it for now because, again, it's just going to go off of what the SPY is doing. And these contracts are very stimulated right now. So we'll let the SPY move occur. We'll play the SPY. And then we'll see if we're going to play these names at the end of the day here. The main move might have occurred today, so that's the reason why we're slowing down a little bit here in terms of not getting into too many trades. We're waiting for the greater directions to confirm, which is, of course, upside, right? So you held on number 9. Now you're running up a little bit more. We'll see if you fall back below it again. Yeah, so for NVIDIA, we're just waiting for the SPY to choose the direction. We're in the middle of it choosing that direction, which is, of course, upside. But in choosing a direction, you still get some retracements to the downside. So, yeah, that's all we're waiting for. And then what we're going to do is, since we only bought 2 of the NVIDIA contracts, if by the time we're ready to buy a third one to average down, like let's just say the market runs up to number 12 on the reversal points, so it runs up a little bit higher, that's when we're going to average down. And we'll see if there's still value. If there's not, we're just going to hop into another contract because these are already at $3 each. So now like the 175s, we can hop into those, or we can hop into like a 177 contract for NVIDIA. That would probably be a lot better. So yeah, we're just going to have to potentially take a loss on this one for now. Oh yeah, so no. So just so you can remember for tomorrow and for the next couple days, whenever you see me buy a contract, yes, for my Discord students, I've been teaching them for a couple months now. So I do tell a lot of people to start scaling their accounts. But Danny, since you just joined up, I only want you buying 1 contract at a time or 2 contracts at a time whenever you see me do it. Just for next time so that we don't have to have, something bad occur. Because 20 contracts is a little much. So you have a $200,000 trading account. You're using around 200 on each trade. So if you have a 200K, like if you have 200,000 in your account, what is your goal right now? Because you automatically now you're gonna be in a different room. Not a different room. I'm not gonna put you in a corner or something. But the way I teach you and the way I show you how to take that 200K, I want to take that 200K to $1 million. We could take it to $1 million within a month if you have 200. So that's no problem. So for now, you could trade with the amount you're trading with, but remember, we're trying to just refine your skills. So that's not that bad. If you're only using $500, $200, that's pretty good. Yeah. But you could use a lot less and still gain the same knowledge. So for now, if you could do that, that would be the best thing in the world. And then tonight, we'll speak, me and you, and we'll come up with a solid plan that could really take us to take you to $1 million and basically within like the next, realistically, if I had to honestly say, we could probably take you to $1 million by the end of September. There's a few things I want to run through with you before we get there. Because once you get to $1 million, the next goal is to take it to 5 to 10 million by the end of the year. So let's see how much cash you have. So in terms of cash, you have 200K cash, and then the rest of your capital is inside of futures or contracts. Okay. Say that's a sturdy amount. We could do some damage with that. Okay, so damn, Danny, you just got me excited now. You about to make me take this whole entire thing to the next level here. All right, everybody. So this is what we're gonna do right now. I'm going to go get some water real quick, and we're going to come back and we're going to make a plan so that we all can hit 200,000 by the end of September at least, because we got to catch up to Danny here. We need everybody to be at the same level so that we can all just smoothly trade. All right, everybody. For everybody that's new, of course, you had to range and scale your own teaching. So you're probably not going to hit 200 or 100,000 by the end of this month, if not September. But you would probably hit like 20K, 15K, as long as you just follow along with everything. And then going into October, everybody else, I could definitely see you hitting maybe like around 100, 200. First goal is going to be 10,000 and 15,000. And then after you hit 10 to 15K, you should be able to get to 50 within like 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks. You said Danny's an alien trader. He was sent here from another world. That's kind of what it feels like too, yeah, right? Because usually we don't have too many people that have over, 200, 300,000. That's insane, pretty much. However you got that, that was tough in itself. We already know. So, okay. We got to go. We want everybody to hit 10, 50, 200,000. So 10K, 50K, or 200,000 by the end of September. Remember, my birthday is September 15th, everybody. So my birthday is September 15th. The greatest gift that I can have for my birthday, honestly, because I've had shit birthdays every single year. The only thing I want for this birthday is, besides last birthday was really good when I was teaching. That was really fun. This birthday, all I want is us all to be at least 1 to 5,000. Minimum. Like minimum. I want everybody to be at least at 5K by September 15th. And if you have a little bit of capital right now, like 1,000 or 500, so if you have from, let's just say $100 to $1,000 by September, I want your accounts, for everybody that has 100 to 1,000, I want your accounts to be at around 35,000. So 35,000, 30,000. I will be happy with 10,000 though if you just hit that. That's the only gift that I want. And remember, you're not giving me money or nothing. It's just getting you to that level is what I want as my gift. No, but Jada, you can't stress it. Remember, you can't. I told you guys this yesterday. There's no emotions. You can't. I know how you feel. Trust me. I know how it feels. That's why I told you. I wanted you to understand that I'm in your corner with you. If you just had a loss today and, obviously you're waiting for the trade, I'm in that corner with you. I never will let you be by yourself or feel like you're by yourself, but just learn the lesson from it is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a mistake, honestly. More of a mistake because you heard me say something else. So what you could do in that scenario is whenever you get a situation like that, you instantly either one, sell the second I tell you that, of course we didn't say that yet. We're just waiting for another entry. So you could instantly just get out because, of course, you weren't going to be in that trade anyways. Or you could average down later today with another contract. And then as soon as that thing goes to, like, let's just say it's at 150, you bought it, or 180, it drops down to $20 or $15. You buy another one or two, and then you could literally drop your average down from like 180, 150 straight down to like 60 or 40. And then all you need is a little tiny jump to like 30 something or 50, and then you could just sell out. That's always usually what I do whenever I get into a trade by mistake and I'm already down like a crazy amount. I just wait for it to become very, very cheap, and then I average down like crazy at the bottom when it's at a really good point, and I just look for a little type of retracement in my direction. But yeah, don't stress this, ladies and gentlemen. Don't stress this. I want to be here day and night, live, helping you guys the way I am right now, just so you don't have to stress nothing and be anxious. As well as take your notes, everybody. Now that I have everybody's attention and there's still 30 people that are listening to me right now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up my Discord, and then we're going to scroll all the way up to the top. I want everybody to take a picture of this because this is how you're supposed to do your notes every single day. Just give me 1 second. There's obviously a lot of notes from everybody else. Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh my god. As you can tell, it takes a long time to scroll to the top. But yeah, when people join, I usually just send them the link in their DM, so they don't have to do this every time. Oh my goodness. All right, there we go. So everybody, take a picture of this. This is your daily tips. We created this last year in May 4th, 2024. This is how you're supposed to take your notes. This right here is going to be the one reason why every person here has no problems going into the future. This is also going to help you grow and scale your account. Just you taking these notes is going to be the one thing that always gives you a path forward. So whenever you're confused and you don't know what to do, you don't know how much capital you should use in your account, just do this. Take your notes. You're going to notice, wait a second, Monday, I could have done this differently. By the time it hits Thursday, you're going to be like, wait a second, I keep making the same damn mistake all the time. What is wrong with me? You're going to call yourself crazy. You're going to beat yourself up because let's be honest here. We're all our own greatest enemy. Before a person says one thing bad to us, we already said that 100 different ways, 100 different times, way worse than the next person could even think about. You know, you're always going to be your greatest enemy. So try not to be your enemy is what I'm saying. Become friendly with yourself and your gut. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, because all that goes into the trading. You said you're going to be buying the Discord next week? Let's go. Let's do this. Yeah, because I might have a couple of you join the Discord soon. So I'm going to be fixing up everything on my Discord here. I'll be fixing up all the information, making it simpler. And then for those of you who are already on my Discord, just make sure you get your one-on-ones going, because we might have a little crowd coming in here soon. So make sure you get your notes rolling. Make sure you have all the one-on-ones that you need with me. Because I'm really free right now. I don't really do nothing. I just chart, trade, and the rest of my day is pretty much just one-on-ones. But we don't have that many one-on-ones since everybody's at a certain level now. They don't really need it all the time. So for those of you who are here, again, remember, loud and clear, please text me right now. If not, all you have my phone number. So text my phone number. If not, text me on Discord. Set up a moment where we can speak one-on-one, and we'll go from there. But yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna make this really good. I'm gonna make this really, really good. So you said, when can you afford coaching, etc.? You lost too much last week. It just depends where you were trading. So Jada, it just depends. Like, what contracts were you trading? What were you thinking of? What trades were you going with? The one thing you can't do though is you can't ignore the bad trades. So whenever you have a bad trade, just always break it down and listen. I have no problem with helping you. You know what I mean? I want everybody to understand that if you have zero money, if you have nothing, I don't want you to feel like you can't reach out for my hand for help. Of course, there's no foundation for me to build a system where we can help people yet. They don't have capital, but that's what I'm planning on doing next. Is I want to have a system so that, let's just say, people who are in the Discord, the 5 people who lose the most amount of money going into the future, we could potentially refund their accounts. We'll have some type of realistic way where we can give people money and help them out. And of course, I will need documentation. I will need to see why you lost money, what the trades that you did were, and the first trade that you do, I need everything to be documented, of course. So I'm gonna put in a way so that people can't just take capital, you know, and just run away, because that's literally what's gonna probably happen. But yeah, don't worry. I'm always gonna be here to try to come up with new ideas and new ways where I can help anybody that just doesn't have the help, because you are the most important thing to me. You know, the people who don't have any ability for help. Take your time, everybody. Take your time. Remember, don't feel rushed. In fact, the slower you join the Discord, the more time I have to fix everything up. So take your time. You don't have to rush joining. Remember, that's not how I am as a person. The next thing we should do here, we went over the notes. I had you guys take a picture of it. SPY is now moving a little bit bigger. So let's go ahead and look at these reversal points real quick. So you hit number 10. Right now you're about to hit number 8, just like we wanted. So it's almost time for a quick little scalp play for the calls. Tesla fell down from 337 to 334. These 330 options, they went up from, the low was at $31. Right now they're at $51. SPY's now tanking a little bit more here. Finally. Thank you, SPY. Starting to move finally. I think we might not get into the calls here. I think we should wait for the ranges to develop a little bit more. I think we should wait for it to fall below number 8 and get the calls below it at number 5. If we get a call here, it's like the odds of it working out right now because of where you're falling from is like 40%. 40, 50% likelihood of this trade working out. The second we get into it, the market snaps up again. You're more likely to snap down way more, fall out the sky, kill as much value as possible, make people panic and, you know, cause some chaos, and then boom. Then we could buy into a crazy cheap contract where others were basically averaging down, you know? You said, when can you afford coaching? You lost too much in the last week. I mean, honestly, because so many people have been making so much money here, since you're the only person, I would say, and I don't want you to feel like that, right? I'm not saying only person to make you feel like, you know, like we're pointing fingers at you. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is, go ahead and add me on Discord. Everybody here knows my name on Discord. Add me on Discord. Let's talk about why you lost money last week. And after that's done, just one time. We're just doing it one time. You're going to be profitable at that point. All it takes is me, you know, 5 minutes, 10 minutes to look through somebody's trades. So add me on Discord, send me your trades, walk me through why you got into each of those trades. We'll do it one time. And after that, that's what I can offer for you. And the reason why I'm doing this right now, I don't normally do that, by the way. But the reason why is because I really want to make sure that you're being profitable. Because last week, I remember you were in the chat, and it was a little bit of chaos when you were talking about your trades and ideas. So we got to go through that chaos together as a team, as a unit, and we'll fix it up. Make sure you're good after that. And yeah, then you could join the Discord. Then you could do whatever you want to do at that point, whatever it is you want. Because remember, I have the ability to, you know, help you anytime. And I really want to help you guys. For everybody else, unless you've been having nothing but losses, that's the only time I will ever do something like that again. Is only if you've actually had a tough time here and you're really not understanding stuff. Because that's just how it is with some individuals, you know? We just all learn differently. Like me, it took me a while. It took me a whole year to understand why I had mistakes. So, yeah, it's okay. Oh, you said when you can afford the coaching, you will? Like I said, I'm offering. I already offered. I'm not going to take it back. So if you want, you can add me. Send me your trades, and then we'll go from there. For everybody else that's been having a tough time, speak up now or forever hold your peace.
Yes, we need to have another one-on-one.
Let's do it, Hoover. You can call me anytime, bro. Call me whenever you need me. You have my phone number. See, that was the main reason why I wanted to give people like my phone number. I mean, obviously I know you in person, but what's it called? I want to give people my phone number because it's just like they always have an opportunity to just call me randomly whenever they make a big mistake. It's just if we have 50,000 people, I can't obviously keep giving my phone number out. So for now, I have no problem because it's still a small group. Team Chips and Guac, everybody. Come on now. I love it. I got to do I'm going to start drawing some of the thumbnails for it. Start drawing some thumbnails. Yo, we can have some funny ass like clothing. That would be so funny. Like the clothing would look wavy. I just like had a bunch of ideas right there. The clothing. What's good, Danny? Dr. Danny. Good morning, brother, man. You actually just quit your job 3 weeks ago to do this full time. You're currently down 65,000 on the year. That's no problem. That's no problem at all. We'll fix that right back up. There's 2 different Dannys, by the way, everybody. Just so you don't get confused. So yeah, Danny, we'll fix that. We'll work on it tonight. Thank you for being honest, though. A lot of people, you know how they are. They won't really be honest, and because they're not honest, it's like stuff never goes their way. You know? So thank you for saying that, because that is sometimes a very hard thing to say, is that you're down. You said the only tough time you're having is getting back to your phone to make a trade. Oh, you're doing this at work? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. There we go. But remember, you got to take the profit that you're making with the short-term trades, and you got to get into some of my leap plays that I tell you to get into. Like the leap trades, those are the real winners that really change a person's life. Because you're going to have 5,000, 10,000 into something. Kind of like, remember how we traded Intel? We bought a bunch of Intel options at the bottom at 19. And we pretty much sold everything for 200 to 400% up here. By just waiting, you know? We just got to keep waiting, wait for a really good moment, and then, you know, buy back into that thing. Any tips to get started in terms of what exactly? Let's see. Like, you wanted to start learning from the ground up. So in terms of learning from the ground up, whenever somebody joins my Discord, the first thing they need to do is basically remove everything they learned from another person. Now, the reason why is because most people don't have their best intentions for you. So any single thing you heard on YouTube, anything you heard on, you know, live streams or some other people talking, most of the time, most likely, they do not have your best interest at heart. Of course, some people do. You know, the world is not just all negative. I agree. But sometimes even the people that are not trying to be negative, they damage you because they say something they're not supposed to. Let me give you an idea. People say don't trade SPX because it's too dangerous. How does that make sense? Like, how can you tell a group of 20,000, 100,000 people that, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's just a little chaotic. So for starting, right? The one thing I want you to do is 1, remove everything from everybody else that you learned or heard. 2, the first thing you're going to start looking for is patterns. Weekly ranges, monthly ranges, yearly ranges, and then you're going to combine all those patterns. So let me give you an idea. This right here is a weekly range. It's from the top of where we fell from. It's to the bottom of where we fell to. And you basically get our current areas and the ranges now. So the reason why I kind of don't want to get calls right now is because I know the SPY could drop straight down to the halfway point, which is going to be right down here at 640. So you might just slowly bleed, slowly kill contracts until you get down here to 640. So what we want to do is, let's take a look at the SPY here. And let's see if we can get a cheap put. Let's see how the puts are moving right now. 643 puts went to $25, and then you went to 48. So that's a change of almost 100% for the 643 puts. This morning, they were at $800. And then right now, they're at $40. So that is like a gigantic shift. But yeah, so this is the weekly boxes. You would start doing stuff like this. Of course, I'm only loosely saying it right now because there's a proper way to go about it. Like, you had to do everything properly. You had to look at the day. For instance, this is October 15th. And then if you look at the low, it's right next to October 20th. Every 7 days, the market changes directions. So if you guys want, you could take a picture of this screen right here. Let me go to it real quick. It's going to be a lot of notes here, so I apologize, but look at this screen that I'm currently looking at right now. Let me turn on the text. And basically, yeah, you would take a picture of this right here. So look at the bottom left of my screen. Days where the market switch, it's 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22. And as you all could tell, if you look at the market, when you basically hit the floor a couple days ago, like right down here, you were at the 20th. So normally that's around the time when the market can shift. So that was another reason why I told people to get into calls. It was another one of my psychological trading styles. So yeah, there's a lot of things you have to do. I'm telling you, I'm gonna stress you out a little bit when you start learning with me, because there's a lot of information we got to make sure you know, so that in any case or any scenario, you know how to truly trade. You're not gonna have a situation where you're in a trade and you're just like, wait a second, it's not going and doing what I want. Instead, now you'll have a bunch of different ways to break that down and see it. So that's how I would tell you to basically learn going forward here, until you could speak to me one-on-one and then we can come up with a plan. Yeah, that's it, really. Let's go look at SPY now. By the way, everybody, if you want to take a break, you could take a break. It's not a bad time to take a break here. So you said your only tough time, you're here at work. That's 650. I'm telling y'all, right? You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? Somebody mentioned that yesterday. they were talking about the 650s and they were just like, I'm waiting for this thing to blow up to the sky. I think they had like 20 contracts or something. Somebody from the YouTube. Crazy. Crazy ass. Yo. Whoever that was, they got significantly rewarded. But just don't do that again, please. Don't buy too much contracts, at least not yet. You lost 50% of your capital today? So, Goldfish, how did you lose 50% of your capital? What was it? You bought puts at 0.7, and then you sold them for 0.4, and it just now went back to 0.7. So that right there sounds like a case of momentum disruption. And what that means in our scenario and in how I teach it, I don't actually say it like that, but that's exactly what it would be momentum disruption. You need to start breaking down the daily trends. So like grab the whole entire range of today, find the halfway point, cut it up into quarter points, just like how I do it for the weekly. So like for instance, this is today's box. It would be from like the lowest point of the open. So during the day, grab the high. And currently you could still fall down all the way to 642. So that would be your crystal range. So how you would play puts is basically from the peak, you would want to just play puts for the quarter point, which is what we're about to hit right now, which is 644.19. So that's 1 point to sell out. That's another point to sell out in the middle today, 641. And this basically tells you when to buy and sell your contracts, by the way. So I just solved the massive problem that most people have just like that with one box within 5 seconds. Now you know when to buy and sell. So you just got to listen to it now. Unlearn and relearn. Yes, that's correct, honestly. Yeah. I just didn't know how to explain it in the beginning. Like when people were first joining my Discord, I was letting them do whatever they wanted. I was letting them, just go all over the place. But yeah, it wasn't the right way. I was letting them trade any stock and any company while I was still trading SPY. And like we were making money every day, but then those individuals that were trading these other companies would just lose all their capital consistently every single week because of those other plays. So then I established a rule where nobody could trade nothing but SPY unless you see me posting another trade. But of course, the better you get, you obviously can control that. You could buy into your trades. You don't have to listen to everything I'm telling you to do. And normally for a person to get to a point where they could trade freely, like Danny or like a couple other members on my Discord, like Culinary, it's going to take you some time. It's going to take you some charting. You're definitely going to have to do the work. So make sure you breathe. Make sure you don't get emotional. Take things slow, I'm telling ya. Don't let the world mess with your peace. Because then when you get to that next level, it's going to be bittersweet. You're going to have $1 million, but then you're going to be kind of dead on the inside. And that kind of sucks. There's no point for that, you know. So below the RSI, so that's another thing. With RSI, I don't trade with RSI. There's definitely a way to trade with RSI. I definitely do explain it on my Discord. However, because of how RSI is as an indicator, it's not that structured. It's like not stable ground when you're trading with it. So you could use it as like the cherry on top of your trade. You looked at four other things and it worked out. And then the RSI is also pointing to that as well. That's how you could use RSI. But be careful with the indicators you guys use. Fair value gaps, I absolutely despise them. When people tell me fair value gap this, fair value gap that, I'm just like, oh my goodness, what are you doing? The reason why I say that is because if a fair value gap gets filled, the indicator works. So like the trading style works. It does work. You can definitely be profitable with it. However, when that fair value gap gets created and you fill it, when you fall back into that same range, you're still going to mess with that fair value gap. It's just how are you going to know that that's still a fair value gap when it got filled? Unless you know how to create them like backwards. So like for instance, imagine this was a fair value gap here. Like this whole entire range. When you fell below it, it doesn't help you. The fair value gap did not help you. But with a box like this, if I draw the range of where that fair value gap was created, I could then copy and paste this box. And now with just having a certain amount of information up here, I know how to play down here. You can't do that with fair value gaps. So it's kind of like, yeah. But when you do it like this, you kill like 2-3 birds with one stone. You even can have a range for the new upside. So as you all can see, just me taking this box, taking a new weekly range, look at how you hit the middle before you fall out the sky perfectly. Even with today, you got sent to the middle of this new box that I used from all the way down here, and it's still listening to the box. It's all patterns with this market. So like for instance, like let's just say if somebody wanted to ask me like, how can I time a gap? How do I know overnight the market's going to rip up and down like a crazy amount? And the first thing I tell that person is usually look at where the last gaps were. So like over here on our chart, look at this gap that was created over here, all the way down here in November. If you bring that gap to the right, look at how many times you gap near it. So you gap right here in January on top of it. Then over here a couple months later, again, you gap, where is it? There it is. You gap going into it. So using a previous gap, you could see how you could find out future gaps because it's always going to be by it. And then you gap up again right here inside of it. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, stuff like that. I see another little gap up here at 613 that we could probably bring to the right and trade with it. I don't know where my gap trading style is another chart, but I'm not going to look for it right now. I have way too much charts that I opened up the last day. And yeah, there's so many we had to look through. Okay, let's go back to SPY short term here and let's see what you guys are talking about. So you said you got to check the timeline with RSI. Nah, yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, you could definitely make RSI work. I'm not trying to say that RSI is not going to work at all, but like I said before, it's not solid ground, so you kind of want to use that as like a cherry that's just adding to the trade or the idea. But yeah, that's it. You said, so if you join the live every day and you follow the trades you give only, I will be in profit. But the question is, how many contracts to buy each time? So because I'm teaching you how to trade for yourself, that's the goal here. The first thing is to trade with only one contract so you don't lose that much capital. And then when you gain a certain amount of experience, it takes you into the sky pretty much. It takes you going into the future. So it might take you a month, might take you 2 weeks. It could take you just, 2 days. It just depends on how you take notes and how you go about documenting everything. Because everything has to be documented. The way you eat, the way you sleep, the way you wake up, what you're eating, like everything has to be documented. I'm playing with that, but you know what I mean. It's just like every aspect that your mind could possibly think of, just write it down. It's easy to win once, but the hardest part is using Oh no! So you said the hardest part is to win steadily for a long time. This requires consistent challenge, change. What you said? Challenge, consistent challenge of patience and emotional control. No, yeah. Sorry, my YouTube chat is like really small, so whenever I try to read it, it's like in the corner all the way. So I gotta like, I gotta like pinch my eyes just to see it. So yeah, you said it's hard to maintain a balanced mindset to make you go further. No, yeah. That's why with the SPY trades, sometimes you see me say, I really want to get into a call here, but then I'm going to miss it. Just like how I really wanted to get into a put at number 10. We didn't see it when it hit number 10. You fell right after. So I'm showing you guys structure. We missed number 10. We could have gotten to a put when you were below it, but we decided to wait. We knew it could, potentially fall down to number 8 from 10. However, we didn't get into the trade. We kind of missed it. But at the same time, I don't call that a missed trade. I call that a successful trade. The reason why I call that a successful trade, even though I do not have any money inside of it, is because you have to train your psychological ability. Because like most times people are going to look at the trade and be like, damn, I could have made money there. Damn this, damn that. Like, oh my God, like what is wrong with me? And I'm just like, chill out. It happens. It happens. Next time, just don't second guess yourself. But in our scenario and in our case, it hit the point that we wanted to buy puts at. It fell below it. And then by the time we realized, it was too late. So that's just like showing you the control, you know? You got to control yourself. Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. I don't know how. You know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna wait until I have a student that wants to become a teacher for crypto, forex, and for futures. And then when I have students that actually want to teach that, because remember, your goal here is to become knowledgeable, to be able to trade, and then how you're gonna give back for me helping you is gonna be to help other people and teach them. You don't have to take this into a full-time job. But let me ask you something, everybody. If I could pay you, $50K a month, $40K a month to teach people, and you're good at it, you're proficient, I would have no problem doing that. You know what I mean? I have no problem with coughing up some money to help people. It's just we got to get to the point where somebody actually really wants to do it. And not only that, but they're not going to be getting it at that point. So let's just say if I give you 50K, right? I do not want you to then be like, all right, the next month you're gonna get 50K again. I don't want you to build a life of high maintenance where you got to pay a bunch of stuff, and then if I stop paying you 50K because let's just say something occurs, I don't want you to have to depend on that. I don't want to make you dependent on nothing. I want you to be able to do everything yourself freely with no control, from me or anybody else. That's the right way to go about doing stuff, is letting people freely choose for themselves, because then it just makes a more proper environment. It feels right, You said FOMO is the worst enemy? 100%. FOMO is definitely the worst enemy. The way you get around that and the way you don't FOMO no more is you just complete the charts before the market opens up. That's the reason why I know what levels the SPY is going to run into and fall to within, days ahead of time. So when you were over here at 645, when I told everybody to buy that 5-day put, we sold it right here when you were falling out the sky. And the reason why we sold it was because you were basically at 641, the 1/4 point, which was the previous range. The 7th to the 13th range, the blue box, was the old one. So we sold it right around here, you could say. Right around 639, and then we wanted this to fall to 637, but it didn't want to do that day. And then the next day you opened up at 637, and then it fell right back down to 633, which was a 1/4 point. So you basically fell below the previous midpoint, which is right here. Sorry. The previous midpoint was right here. You fell below it 2 days ago, and then you just ran right back above it. And the reason why I did that is because it's a middle line. So bigger moves tend to occur by the midpoint. Just like, for instance, when you hit 633 at the midpoint, the new midpoint, you started, running into the sky like crazy. That always usually occurs with the midpoints. The 1/4 points, it's like smaller trades. 20, 30, 40% we're just going to be getting. Kind of like last week. It was like a smaller week. And then now you have the big plays at the bottom here. So, of course, that means that, again, the market's going to get slow again. So, it's going to become very slow here the next couple of days. Don't use today as a means of looking at how much money you made and think that you're going to get the same percentage tomorrow. Never do that. Never, ever, ever do that. Ever. Because then you're going to start being unhappy if you don't make the same amount of money tomorrow. And the only way you're going to make a really good amount of money tomorrow in the next couple of days is if you scalp play. Like, if you do what we did yesterday, basically. Like, up and down, up and down, up and down. That's what we're going to start doing again the next couple of days. For today, there's not really that much ups and downs. Well, there is, but they're more risky and more dangerous. And I don't want you guys to lose money. So, we're not messing with the dangerous stuff for now. Okay, so the next thing I want you guys to do here is look at the reversal points, of course. We're at number 8 still. The supply and demand zones, they did work out. You did fall from... Wait, did you guys take a picture of this, by the way? Like all these notes that are on my screen here? There you go. So in case you guys didn't take a picture of this yet, go ahead and take a picture of all the notes on my screen. Every single thing here is very important. I'm showing you how to play new highs. So whenever you're trying to play for a continuation going into a new high, you have to wait for it to get $4 above the previous high. So in order for us to play calls going into a new high on SPY, first we got to wait for it to get to 651 because that's $4 above 647, which was our last high right over here. And then once we get $4 above it, which is 651, we could play calls going to 654 and then play puts going right back down to 648. That's what we're going to do next week. Actually, we might not play puts at 654. I might make you guys get into the puts at like 656 because it's a little bit safer. So we could probably get another contract that's like one or two strikes closer. But yeah, you basically know what to do days ahead of time is what I'm trying to show you guys and explain to you. You always know what to do before the market even opens. So there's no point to panic. There's no point to FOMO. There's no point for none of that, you know? Okay, so you said, how do you use stop losses for your options? How do you get the stop losses, stop loss points? It's all, I just showed you right there. So it's all weekly ranges. So if you want to replay the video right there, I could just show you this chart. You just grab a high of a range, grab the bottom of the range, extend it to the right side, and then chop up the points. That's pretty much what I do every week. In terms of reversal points, so reversal points, you would have to be in the server in order for me to teach you that. I don't openly teach people reversal points just due to the fact that that is my main trading style. I only feel comfortable teaching people if they're my students. And, you know, to be brutally honest with you. I'm not even going to try to go around it or to try to say something else. That's the one style that I will not teach out loud. There's a couple other styles that I won't teach out loud. But reversals is one of them. I think it's fair. You know, I'm still showing you how to use them. So like whenever you're looking at my chart, you could definitely make, you know, a couple thousand and then be able to actually learn from the group. So it's fair. It's really fair. I know some people is going to be like, you should always teach people every single bit of information you have. But again, I had to have some type of security for myself, you know, because you know how people are. Not saying that you guys are those type of people, but I need to know you guys. I need to talk to you. I need to make sure that, you know, we hit it off in terms of the energy spectrum, because words is one thing. Energy never lies. So yeah, I hope you guys accept that. I hope you're fine with that. And then you said that's incredibly good advice. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think we're answering everybody's questions properly, quickly too. If you still have any questions as to what you need to do or what you need to improve, just write it in the chat and I'll try to answer. I'll tell you what you should do. And that's pretty much all. Then you said on Monday, do you usually use the previous week? Yes. Yes, 100%. That's one of my favorite things to do. So I love looking at, for instance, Friday. When I told everybody about Friday, I told everybody last Friday, there was a change in the price action. So if you look at Friday here, it was straight down and then it ran up a little bit. So this time it is Friday as well, of course. And what did you do last Friday? You fell out the sky, then ran up. However, because you started doing something different on Wednesday and Thursday, I told everybody Friday might be different from last Friday, and you might be really bullish. If you also merge it with the weekly trends and the weekly boxes, it looked like this was going to be a really good location for calls, or you were going to go down a little bit more, and then we were going to play calls from here, like 620s, back up to the 630s, if those trades went against us. So that's how we would have played it. What else? You said I put a lot of time and work into these charts and systems. Well, think about it. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. I know it seems crazy and it's like so much information. It's literally limitless. I've just only showed you probably like 2% of my charts. In fact, if I bring up this right here, this is how I have all my systems laid out. These are all my charting systems. This is old though. This is back in February. So in February, we had about 50 systems in total, and then about some extra ones that we were developing with the YouTube links and everything attached to it, with, you know, the dates and when I basically made those classes so that I can see what like my brain was thinking in the moment. Because I really do remember like how I used to trade at certain given points. So whenever I read my information, it's like I got to put myself into that mindset of who I was. And having all these notes here allows me to do that very easily. So yeah, I need to update this, as you could tell. It took me like 12 hours, 20 hours to create this and like find all the videos. And it's still not done yet. So like right now we have about 100 systems in total. Halfway charts, path charts, crypto, futures, Forex, flow, King's Point. Like there's so many. It's literally limitless. And what occurs is, yeah, you just trade a lot better when you have all these systems on the same chart at the same time. Now, how did I get to this level and how did my information become so extensive? Truly, the only reason why, it's because I feel like I was really trying to help people. I was really trying to help people. That was literally my main intention. So I feel like the universe, simply put, just blessed me. It just blessed me with all the information I wanted because it knew my intentions. Is how I look at it. That's the only thing that makes sense to me at this point. Everything else, I'm just like, yeah, I have no... You guys should have seen how I used to be in school. I used to have terrible grades. I used to not be motivated. I used to be a shitty person, very disrespectful. I wouldn't actually be disrespectful to people. Like, for instance, like when I was growing up, like everybody would tell my mom, like I'm always mad nice. But it would be disrespectful in a way where I was like using the smartness to disrespect people. You know what I mean? Like to one-up people. And it was so stupid because I knew I was, you know, slightly intelligent, let's just say. But I wouldn't go nowhere with it. I wouldn't do nothing with it when I was younger. And then I started, you know, kind of taking stuff serious. I started drawing and storytelling and doing all this stuff. And then it established a way for me to kind of have systems, you could say. And then with those systems, I just attack everything. Refine the system, because then when you use the system on something, you get better results. Just like taking some of these SPY charts and then trading NVIDIA or trading Tesla, you just get better results when you have all that together. You said you put, what are the main trades? The market is not, the market is most active till 12 a.m. No, yeah. The market's definitely more active around like 11 to 12 most days. But since today you had a crazy opening, since you just ran up and completed the whole entire weekly trend, let me put things into perspective for you. So the trends that you completed right now were the trends we were supposed to complete today and Monday. Us completing it today, you kind of just sped up the market, and now you're going to need to lose a lot of value and go sideways and consolidate. So I tend to not like teaching in those days or those moments because it's a lot harder for other people to establish like the correct way to trade at that time, because they're going to be trying to compare today with like tomorrow. I see that happen a lot, by the way. Like people will try to compare one day with the next day. And in order for you not to do that, you need to understand that there's a certain thing that's normal and a certain thing that's not normal. You running up this much is not normal. So we got to wait for the market to do something that's not normal again, equalize itself a little bit, and then we can start going crazy with the trades. But it's not, you shouldn't think about the market as having the most active trades at 12 because, like, for instance, yesterday, we had 9 trades in total the whole entire day, all successful, all yesterday. Every single direction we played perfectly worked out. So the day before that, it also basically did the same thing. And we were getting most of our trades around 2 to like 3. We had like 4 trades around that moment. Yesterday was a little bit less trades around the end of the day. But yeah, you can't have a situation where you get a lot of trades. That's the reason why I tell people, whenever your trade is profitable, just sell it. Just sell it. There's most likely going to be another 0-day trade soon. You said many, many years in the mountains. I'm telling ya, I was just in the mountains training. That's it. That's how we got here. If you want to get to this level, remember, I'm only 24 years old. I'm about to turn 25, actually. So it didn't take me that long to achieve this level. It was, pretty quick because of just the system I had in place. If you take my system and you learn from it, I'm sure you're going to be there much quicker than me. I'm sure of it. You could probably get to the same level realistically if you do everything the right way within 3 months. 3 to 6 months, you could probably catch up to me. But that I'm talking about like extensive work. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know how I am. Sometimes I'm up till 3 a.m. doing notes and fixing stuff and making it better or seeing if I can improve something. You got to do that all the time. Unfortunately. Not all the time, because let's be honest, when I was actually doing it, was I using that system every day? Nah. I was half-assing myself. I was playing myself. I wasn't really taking it serious all the time. And yeah, that's the reason why I would stay up, that long. And then now I stay up because it's just like there's more to do. But before, when I was staying up for like 2 years, I was wasting my time. I wasn't even doing the right things, doing the right charting. I wasn't looking at the right systems. That was torture, everybody. That was absolute torture. I felt so stuck, But I just kept going. Just kept going. And eventually it just worked out. SPY's now crashing down a little bit more. Perfect. We're about to make so much money from SPY right now. Just get ready. I cannot wait for this. Let's look at some of our other trades that we got in the morning here. So this trade, DJT, is now running up again. The DJT calls that we got, those are pretty good. Unity, we're still waiting for the puts on these. Those puts are currently down $5. They were up yesterday. Pretty much the same amount. So they were up $5. Now today they're down $5. Nice little equal reaction right there. For the Intel calls, we're currently down $10 on them. We bought a second one at 4. And then currently the value is at, so we bought one at 10, one at 4, no, one at 12, and then we bought the second one at 4. And currently you're at $3 each for Intel. For Meta, we bought one at like 20 something dollars, I think. Let me see. Yeah, we bought one right here. How much is this? Today we bought one at $12, and then yesterday we bought one for Meta at $34. Yesterday, the Meta options were really profitable. Like, they were up 10 to 20% at the end of the day. And then today, they pretty much just fell out the sky because it was a Friday. So the reason why these contracts lost so much value is just simply because Meta literally did not move. You didn't really run or catch the same steam as SPY. So going into the future here, whenever we're trying to trade SPY and trade Meta, we're never going to trade it the same way we traded right there. So that right there was a proper teachable moment. I'm really happy with that. Because now we're going to get a little bit better with Meta day by day. And within a month, we'll be able to trade Meta back and forth just like NVIDIA or SPY or everything else. The same thing with the NVIDIA option, right? We got into an NVIDIA put. Next time, what we're going to do, if it's a similar situation, is instead of buying the NVIDIA put there, after we sell our first one, we're just going to wait 10 to 15 minutes. So 10 to 15 minutes, we'll wait, and then we'll get into the next trade instead of just getting into it right away. Because that happens. Like, this market's going to just basically randomly slow down at one point, and you don't want to be at the other end of that. You want to wait for it to slow down first, and then you want to get into your plays. But in the morning, it was really back and forth. It was a lot of momentum in the market, so that was the reason why we played it. At the same time, we also played that option because it was very cheap. With the SPY calls, I made back you could say I made back 10 times whatever I spent for NVIDIA. With those SPY calls, we made 10 times of that amount right back. So that's proper. We're barely even touching our main stockpile of cash, but yet we're flipping and, sending these accounts into the sky. Exactly, yeah. Like, we were acknowledging the risks. We acknowledged everything that could go wrong. And even though these trades are going against us, they're going against us in a way where it's real proper. Like, this is really nice. So, yeah. Of course, if you bought like 30 contracts, 100 contracts, it might not be going nice right now. I agree. But that's the reason why I want you all to specifically trade the SPY mostly. Anytime we trade NVIDIA, Tesla, Facebook, Meta, anytime we trade anything but SPY, always use less capital. That's the number one rule. And who knows? What if the market just crashes right back down to the open? Imagine. Yo, if it does that. Because I think the market, since it hit the top of the trend on the weekly, you could literally fall right back down to 640 or to a new low of 626. That's what can happen right now. That's the current range, at least. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going on here. Let me read up on the Moo chat here. I forgot to post the trades on Moo from Wednesday and Thursday because there was so many trades. I was trying to document them all and explain it for everybody. And it looks like today's going to be the same issue. No wonder. This is oil on my pants. Yo. I just smelled it. I was like, what is that mechanic type of... What is that smell? Yo, I didn't know. I hope I didn't ruin these pants.
Bro, those pants are cooked.
Don't tell me they're cooked.
They're cooked.
Oh, don't tell me that, bro.
Chad, we gotta get him some new pants, Chad.
These are my favorite pants.
We're gonna do a $200 challenge for Salo's new pants.
I swear that's how I do things sometimes. I'll be like, all right, boom.
Get one contract.
This worth the same amount as the pants?
Yeah, we do a what is it, 6:36 for playoff spy. Cash out Monday morning. Find it on the way back up.
Let's do it. That sounds like fun. Let's do it.
I'm taking apart this motor right now.
Wait, say that again? You're taking the motor apart?
Yeah, the 2.0 T.
So what's your first plan when you take the motor apart? You got like the... You have like the hoist for it?
Taking off like all the like accessories, kind of. I guess like the AC compressor, alternator, the mounts. I just about to drop the oil pan. Just gotta make sure there's no oil in there. I tipped it over, bro. My oil is coming out. It's been outside, so there's like a whole bunch of ants and bugs fucking crawling out.
Oh, they like that?
Yeah, well, it was in the dirt.
Oh, okay. You sure you didn't just kill all their homes?
Shouldn't be living in that.
You all got them walking outside their house now.
Bro, like,
Oh, man. No, yeah, in a couple of days, if you want, I'll pull up. I wanted to learn how to take engines apart and build them. Not right now though. I wanted to learn it later in the future, but I would love to learn it right now, honestly.
Bro, there's no such thing as learn later in the. I mean, there is, but it's just like you gotta do everything now, bro.
Yeah.
Gotta do everything now.
Mhm.
I've seen too many things, heard too many things, bro. Everybody talk about later never comes, bro.
I swear you're right. Yeah. You're completely right about that, bro.
Later turns into a day of the week that isn't even in the week.
Then years. Yep. Okay, so these spy calls at number 8 for 647, the same one that we were talking about buying, they went from $9 to 16. So those went from $9 to 16. That's a really good call play right there so far, in between the golden pocket. So if you guys want to write this down, for those of you on the Discord already, I know most of you have this already, but write down the in between the blue line and the purple line on the 5-minute. You can also use different time frames. It also works as well. The same way it works on the 5-minute. So you could use the 1 minute, use the 3, use the 15. But what you need to focus on is the time that the market falls in between the blue and the purple. I call that the golden pocket. And in this golden pocket, you tend to get two things that occur. One is once you hit in between the blue line and purple line, you tend to reverse just exactly how you're doing it right now. The second thing that could occur is you run up into a new high. The reason why I say that, and I know people probably don't want it to run up right now, I know, but the reason why I say it could run up into a new high is because when the market fell down here, you almost hit the pink line, but you didn't. Over here, you did hit the pink line, which is the 8-day EMA. The 8-day EMA stands for your short-term trend. So whenever you break that pink line, that's basically telling you the short-term trends can now change. But when you hit it, what did the market do after you hit it? So after it did this, what then happened? Cause and then effect, right? Cause and then effect. That's how your brain should be thinking. So, or you could say effect then cause, I guess. But you hit the pink line, and then the effect of you hitting the pink line was a new high. So then when you hit the green line, did you go to a new high? It did not. When you hit the blue line, did it go to a new high? It did not. When you fell into the golden pocket, it makes it more probable, if you did not hit the green and bounce or purple and bounce, it makes it more probable for you to bounce down here. It's just a range. Sometimes it takes you to where you're at right now. Sometimes it just quickly takes you to a new high. But yeah, that's a little key thing you could write down. You want cheaper calls? That's what I'm saying, right? I'm on the same page as you. I always want the cheapest prices. Even if I buy something at a certain price, I want cheaper prices. Because if I'm buying something, I know it has potential. I know it's a good idea. I don't have to think about that and double back on myself. It's just a matter of me executing it correctly and being able to just stay inside the game, you know? It's the only thing I care about. Stay inside the game, make sure I have capital to average down. If I don't, we're screwed. Some accounts, like the small accounts, you have to be cognizant of how much capital you have so that you don't just, destroy them one by one. Because every account size, you have to trade it differently. DJT is 100%? You're up 100% on DJT? Oh my goodness. What in the world? That's what I'm talking about. There we go. That's some good profit right there to claim. Alrighty. So let me actually post this stuff on Mumu because I know there's some people on Mumu that got into that 644 SPY call and the 650s. So let me make sure that all those people actually took their profit. The 644s are actually still basically higher than where we sold it. So that's still pretty good to sell it now, even if you're late. 650s is kind of a little bit late to sell those now because you ran to 40. We sold it near 40. Yesterday, these things were $3. Oh my God. The 650 contracts were $3 yesterday. Holy. That's all good. No, that's all good. I try to give you guys the best prices all the time. So whenever like I post a trade, I tend to make sure that I'm thinking so deeply about it that if somebody gets into this trade an hour later, that they're still going to make money a couple days later, especially if it's like a leap. I don't try to do it the same time a move is going to occur. But for some reason at the same time, it's like the way my gut makes me buy. It's usually at like that apex point where it's like things are just about to start changing and shifting. It's kind of like my body slows down time is what it feels like. And as I'm looking at it and time is slowing down and I feel like it's going to change directions. Again, feel is not a good way to explain stuff because feelings are not how you trade. However, when you get to a certain level, your feel is basically how I get into trades, basically. Sounds crazy, I know, but I just feel it out. I look at it, I look at the chart, look at the contracts, and if I'm like, all right, everything checks out real quick. Tomorrow, can I make sure that more people are profitable if it's not a 0 day? And once I go through all those different things, then you can kind of come to the conclusion of what's the best decision. And usually my brain is like trying to process it as quickly as possible. So like within a couple seconds, we'll have an answer. But that's literally what the situation is. You know, I look at all these charts. Sometimes I'll be having dreams. Like if my dreams tell me that the market's going to go up the next day, it tends to be a really easy day. Some of those days, I love those days. And by the way, yes, it has worked out every single time. The last time that worked out was when it ran up towards the end of the day. I don't remember what day that was, but let me see. Let's go find it. I think it was one of these days over here. I think it was on the 14th of August. Like I had a dream that the market was just gonna like reach up towards the high. And the only thing I remember is that by the close, it was like a crazy peak, meaning the move occurred at the end of the day or was just taking really long to occur. And it's so wild, but nah, yeah. You gotta go sleep now, guys? Ah, damn. Wait, where are you? You gotta go sleep now. It's 1 p.m. Are you from a different country? So yes, that's basically how I go about my trades. However, yes, there is a formula. There is structure. There's the technical analysis, which is pretty much the answer. It's the real answer. But the way my body just kind of, I guess, groups up the information and compresses it to the best possible conclusion. Like what could be the best contracts, the best strike price. It's a lot. It took me years to get to here. But that's specifically like what it was, you know? And the fact that you know it now, like you know of the specific process, you know like what's behind the scenes. Because I guess me telling you a feel is not really behind the scenes. It's more so me acknowledging the fact that I trust my gut so much where as all it takes for me is just to look at all the charts one time for like 2 minutes, spend like an hour or two, fix them up if anything. But again, just look through all the charts, like all 70, 80 SPY charts, which I think is more now, but what, you know, it doesn't really matter, I guess. But just look through all the charts, and after I look through all of them, like my brain comes up with a conclusion. I feel like everybody could do the same thing. What is that noise? Do not jump on my bed. I swear, she better not jump on my bed. I'm gonna have to put a little fortress around my my bed so she doesn't jump on it. It's 1 a.m. where you're at too? Damn, you guys are like across the world. Oh my god, look at this spy. Holy shit. Let's go, go, go. I think we just got to speed up. Was that a speed up? Never mind. My eyes just deceived me right there. Wait, let me look at the price action. We went from number 8 back to number 9. So remember, everybody, this is what we told you the market was going to do. Fall from 10, hit an 8, go to 9. Then you would fall right back down to 8 again. And if you hold, we're going right back up to 12. If we don't hold number 8 and you go below it, you're going to hit number 7 and then fall straight down to number 6 or 5 before you go back up and touch number 8 again and then fall down lower. So that's basically the plan for the rest of the day. Let's go check the VIX real quick. But that's crazy. You guys are across the world. No, I thank you guys. That's insane. Thank you for listening to me all night pretty much. Oh yeah, my Discord. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be completely real. My Discord is so structured, Louis, that the way the classes are in terms of what you learn from like the beginning to like now, or from any single time that you join, the first thing that you're going to start to see is that, first of all, you just reminded me again. Thank you, because I had to send this to Danny, because Danny just joined this morning. Oh, was it this morning? I think it was this morning, if not yesterday. I apologize, Danny. I was supposed to give you this yesterday. I had to check over it. I might as well fix it now while I'm talking about it so I don't forget again. But basically, this is what I give a person. I give a person a full structured way of going from level to level. And I correctly guide a person with, 1, making sure they can make money from day 1. But then 2, making sure that the small things that we're chipping at in terms of the big picture is correctly done. So the first thing I do is I teach them how to use the EMAs after they're done with my initial trading style. So after they're done learning supply and demand zones, which is one of the hardest trading styles a person could learn, the next thing they do is basically go down to here and they learn about EMAs, moving averages, trading styles that they're going to learn next, kind of giving them a start to basically what, like what's next up, I guess, a little summary. And then for note taking, after all this is done, I then start transitioning them from supply and demand zones and all this stuff up here. And then we go into note taking. And then we start posting the trades, and I show them exactly how they should start posting trades, because everything is in what's it called? Everything is specifically there for a reason. Every little aspect, every word you see, I try to simplify this probably over 100 times at this point. I do it every time a person joins, because usually like it's like a new opportunity for me to kind of see the old data. So it kind of just helps out. And then for bonus content, you have this down here. And this is only milestone number 1. This is only milestone number 1. Yeah, the last time I updated it was July 10th. But what else can I add? It's just that this is only level 1. Level 2 is this down here. And then I got to make level 3, 4, and 5 more structured than what they are right now, because it's just a lot of words. Like here. Like this used to look a lot crazier. It used to be like this much words for every link that you look at. Now I just give you the link and I tell you what's simply on top of it. So yeah. That's basically my structure here, everybody. That's how I go about doing it. And then when you watch those videos, like for instance, if I watch this video here, this is like one of the classes I did. I basically have all the notes done on top. So as you can see, the 200 moving average is in red. I have in blue the EMAs, how to correctly trade with them, every scenario that you can use them in. And then what I do is I showed you how you can actually trade with leaps and swings. Should I show you? What's it called? I show you how to trade like short term, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute. And then I show you how to trade, like weekly, 5 day, 20 day. Same thing with the 200 moving average. They're both basically in the same group, I would say. And then I even give you more information as to how they're even calculated. So I tell you how they're calculated, what metrics the market uses, as well as I show you the difference between a moving average, estimated moving average, and then you have the weighed moving average, which EMA is kind of like weighed, you could say. So it's a part of that group, but they call it like WMA, I think. It's not SMA, it's like WMA. And yeah, I explain all of that from A to Z so that one would actually understand it. All right, let's go back to the SPY here. Looks like the SPY is running up in the sky, everybody. Absolutely love this. Look at this. Straight to number 9. Let's look at the puts here. We might have a potential opportunity. Let's see. All right, everybody. So I'm looking at some 310 Tesla puts for 9 days out. This is going to be one of our bigger trades here. So let's go ahead and look at Tesla. Tesla. No, yes, definitely getting a put here on SPY is a potential scalp. Yes, 100%. That's why I was just looking at the puts right there. But then I just thought about Tesla, and I'm like, what is Tesla doing? And that thing is still running up. So I think we're gonna get into a put here. I'm just trying to see, should we spend $100 on this, or should we just wait for the weekend to take out some value? Because you're at 337, 310 is at the bottom here. So even if we hit the bottom, we're not going to be in the money. We're going to be a little away from being in the money. And the contract a little away from being in the money would basically be worth like 400, 300. But I want to have something more structured. But this would be the most structured thing to play right now. Because 310 is like, you see how we're above the blue line? If we slightly go below it, we're basically going to be in the money. So yeah, let's do it. Let's buy the 310 right now. If you can get something closer, it's definitely an opportunity, but just do not put too much money in this. Just one contract, just in case we had to average down on Tesla. That's the game plan. And then what else can we do here? Yeah, we could start trading with that account. Let me see. I might have to give up more settled cash on the small account. Let me see how much settled cash we got. All right, that's fine. That's perfect, actually. We're good. So let's get the Tesla. This is for 9 days out. Or actually, no, 7 days out. It's a put. It's 310. Let me post it now everywhere. All right, we just filled it right here, everybody. Posting on the Discord right now. If you would like to wait for tomorrow, if we're still at the top here, basically Monday, right? Wait for Monday. Let us stay at the top. And then what you're going to do is what's safer, right? Because this is the more risky one. This is the more risky trade. What's the safer trade is going to be tomorrow playing puts on Monday for a drop from 337 down to right here, 327. Just the midpoint. Because you see how you went straight down to it last time? And then the second you were at it, you started launching like right back down. And then this day you were consolidating here and stuck at the bottom. And then this day you just ran right back up again. I'm thinking we're going to have some nice consolidation from here to maybe this point right down here. So if it happens today, these contracts would be worth, in terms of a dollar amount, drum roll please, they would be worth $209 to $313. So 2 to 300 if you make that move just down to here. If you make a move to the bottom and we're only 4 strikes out. Actually, wait, give me 1 second. Let me do the math again. That's a change of. So if we could hit 326, let me see, where's these strike prices at? 325. 322. we could sell this for around, the low end would be 170s. That could be potentially what's going to happen here. Because that's only a change of 1, 2, 3, 4 strike prices, which means this strike price is going to move up 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 209. So that's the bottom end too. So 170 to 200 is the bottom end for these contracts. And then the top end, if you can actually fall down straight down to 315, would be a change of, let's see, they would be worth 5 to 600. So that's the plan right here. So once you fall to the middle, they're going to be worth 170 to 250, something like that, somewhere around there. Probably like 220, 30, because the IV is going to increase. Your prices are going to start skyrocketing. And there's that extra added little X factor that, again, there's not a way to really track down unless you have a bunch of charts. That X factor is momentum. And the way you know momentum slipping in is when all charts start to align. Not just all charts randomly, of course. To be more specific, it's charts that align with the horizontal field, with the diagonal field, and this level that we're currently at right now perfectly aligns with all that. So using these different trading styles, as well as also playing from this point from before, this is a potential opportunity here. Now, how it could go against us for the Tesla puts, because we had to explain how we're going to play upside just in case this goes against us, is this is where it gets fun. Imagine everything I just told you as half of the pie. The other half of the pie is how we're going to play against it and make this money back, because this could turn into a loss. Any trade could turn into a loss. So, and theoretically, the way my brain is just functioning right now, it's just like, all right, if you get above 339, you're going to be at the 340s, which on the diagonal field, every time you did that before, you ran straight up to the top. So if you get above 339, 338, Tesla is going to launch straight up to 350, and it's actually going to hit a key point that it didn't hit last time. So you could have a situation where, because you hit the top of here, but you did not hit 350, you did not hit that middle point, when you fell down to here and you held at 314, you could now be going up to this greater point on the bigger scale. So now we're looking at the market on the monthly scale, and we're trying to see how the trends could go against us so that we could then continue to play that monthly scale, which is basically to 350. So now everybody here understands how to play against it. Everybody here understands how we're going to average down, which is, of course, if you're above 339, the only time I'm going to average down on these contracts, ladies and gentlemen, is 1, if we are here potentially on Monday, or 2, if you run up to 350. So now the only time you're going to average down again is not today no more, unless something crazy happens. We'll watch it. But here on Monday, and then at the top. That's the only places you have to average down. So it's not too many locations we can average down. So this is perfect. We're going to play the calls above it from right here, straight up to this circle, and probably sell out like maybe at the midpoint, like right here, if it's good profit. If not, we'll just wait for the quarter point up here, which is where you what's called ran last time. So since it ran there last time, it's not going to hit the same point, let's be honest. So it's either going to hit the point below or above it, which is literally perfectly here. So that's the game plan, everybody. That's how we're going to play against it. Currently, we bought that at 125, or not 125, like 115. And the reason why we bought at 1 o'clock is because Tesla's contracts from 1 to 3 o'clock tend to be the best prices around, any day. So you could say just pick any day randomly, look at Tesla's contract prices, like go on the options board, scroll back to see what the contract price was. Like it might be at 600. It might drop down to 200, run back up to 400. But then look at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. For some reason, it's like the best times to average down. And it's been like that for a couple years now. Okay, so now we're done with Tesla. We explained this to everybody. Everybody heard me live. We got to get back into the groove with Tesla. The last time we traded Tesla heavily was pretty much over here in, what is this? June, yeah. So like middle of June was the last time we really traded Tesla. We basically full ported down here at 270, and within a day or two, you were literally right back at 330, a change of $60 within like 2 days. And the only reason why we bought down here, everybody, just so you can understand, is due to the trading style called DARP. So DARP is basically the strongest trading style. Wait, let's go to Tesla here. It's how I always perfectly time bigger picture moves. So like right now, you're at the top of the wedge on this chart, and we're playing puts for you to drop right back down to the bottom. And then we want to see you continue the previous trend, which was to potentially drop down to, you know, this next line right down here, that purple line. So like right next to this area here, which is right by 314. On this picture for Monday, this is how we're going to use the upside. So we're going to use this for us to play more upside. If you just do it today, again, if Tesla just runs straight up to the top today, we're just going to average down like right here at 350. And then on Monday, we're going to come up with a new game plan to trade it. That's the only type of insurance we're going to have, because we're not going to get into another call right now. It's not time for that. Currently, this is a valid location to get into a put. So now we have to wait for the next day, see if you're just going to hold on top. And then as we watch these daily moves occur, we could see how it's going to end off on the weekly and the monthly. But the reason why I told everybody full port on Tesla at 275 was down here. You were perfectly on the top of that blue line after you fell from this top blue line up here. So this is basically, I think, a quarter point. Or is that the midpoint? No, that's a quarter point. So when Tesla fell out the sky from the 400s to 300s, the 360s, you fell straight down to a previous point, which was the halfway point. So after you fell to the low, you pretty much hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the bottom, hit the top, hit the middle now the quarter point as well. And then now you're above this range. And now you're perfectly holding. So when you fell down again on top of it, we bought calls at 275 because, again, it was the top of the blue box. If it fell inside the blue box, we were going to wait a day and then continue to play against it on another account. But it never broke below. Instead, it just massively ran right back up again. And yeah, it was ridiculous. Was it 2 days? Let me see. Yeah, I think we bought. Did we buy it right here at 270? Because I remember we bought. No, we held it. Yeah, so within 2 days, yeah, it ran up to here. 320, yeah. I remember now. Because this day we had it and we were holding it. And I think we were up like 100 to 200%. And we were just like, you know what? We're just going to keep holding it. We're just going to wait for the next day. And then you just kept running up higher. It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. But now you've just been doing small trends, you know? Just compressing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So we are waiting for this to now break out, of course. You could have that scenario unravel right now, where, again, you make a new high. That's why I have it drawn. But we just simply want to see it consolidate and fall right back into the price action. Okay, so I think we're done explaining that. We went over a couple times here. I think everybody has that summed up now. You have that in the back of your brain. Write about it. Make your notes. And then on Monday, we're going to continue to see what happens here. For NVIDIA, yeah, this was one of the best weekly plays here. Those contracts were ridiculous today. We literally just sold it at the 200 moving average, which is way down here. And that was already a ridiculous gain. That's beautiful. So right now, they're probably going to be at least around 1,000% still. If not like 700% now, 800%. SPY might be taking you into a new high. That's what NVIDIA looks like at least. So let's go look at the SPY charts here. And then the next thing we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. So you hit number 10. You fell down to number 8. After you hit number 8, you're running back up to number 10 now. So this is just some midterm price action. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, by the way, the one thing I didn't mention is for Tesla. If these don't work out, but you're still at the same location, we're going to, one, potentially average down, and two, if the contracts are cheap, we're going to hop into a closer strike price just so we can have more assurance that basically is going to go our direction. It's just we got to be quick with it because Tesla tends to move very quickly. So if we can't have an opportunity now, we'll see how Monday and next week is. Let me see. How's the short-term contracts on Tesla, the 0 days? How much are these? So for a 0 day, 3 strikes out. 3 strikes out to 2 strikes out is only $40. This third 335, how much did it cost this morning? Oh my god. Oh wait, that was yesterday. I was about to say $800. So it was around $100 this morning. You fell straight down to 20 on these puts. Yeah, the 0 day puts are not bad right now, actually. Let's take a look at the short-term charts on what's it called, Tesla. One more time. Let's just see if we can get to a 0 day here. That's the wrong chart. Yeah, I wouldn't say not yet. But then again, I can't say that. Wait. I can't say not yet. The reason why I say that is because, as you can tell, this is a weekly chart. This is not a 0 day chart. A 0 day chart would have been something like this here. Let me show you. Let's just take, I don't know, somewhere where it's empty. All these Tesla charts are full. I guess we could use this one. It just might be a little obnoxious, I guess, in terms of the colors. So when you're obviously getting a range for Tesla, you just go from the last high to low. That's your weekly range. So on the weekly, it is not a great location to get a put, no. A better location on the weekly would have been somewhere over here for the 0 days. So earlier when we played puts, I forgot where we played puts from. Let's go on the 15-minute here. Was it puts or calls that we played? I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot. That's terrible. Do you guys remember? Let me check the Discord. Louis! Welcome. Round of applause for Louis, everybody. Gentleman handshakes all around. Let me look at silo trades category. And then let's scroll down a bit. So yeah, we got a 325 put. When did we buy this? At 1023. So yeah, look at that, everybody. Right around here. Right around the 1020s. You could say like right around that peak right there on the 15-minute. We bought the puts there. Or is this when I was... Yeah, we bought the puts there. And then within like a couple minutes, you were up 50%. No, was it? Let me see. Is that the wrong picture? These pictures are so tiny on my screen. That's NVIDIA. This is Tesla. 1016. So we bought it at 1016, yeah. Within that same red candle, as you can see on the 15-minute, within 15 minutes of us buying these puts, they worked out. Which is absolutely amazing, everybody. You see what I mean? That's like quick. And that's pretty much the only downside you ever got today on Tesla. So we literally played the only downside you got, aside from right here. And then at the top right here, we just played the downside again. So I think we don't get 0 days yet. Let's wait for this to fall below this line again. And then the second you get below this line here, we could play 0 days to continue the downside if it doesn't want to run higher. By the way, that would also be the quarter point. So you have the 1/4 point on the weekly, and then the quarter point would be right here, right next to that line. It was a put, right? Yeah. I was getting so confused for a second. All right, so we're done with Tesla. We talked about the 0 days. We talked about how we're gonna play the calls, which is next week, and then we talked about how we're gonna average down, how we're gonna potentially play a new strike. I just gave you the full playbook right there. And you got to do that with every company every time you buy. Besides the 0 days, that's too much work. You could just think about it for the 0 days. You don't have to write it down all the time until like the day is done. Then I would suggest writing about the 0 days. Was I looking at the video for a second? I gotta replay the video. That would be so funny if I was looking at oh my god, look at the euro. What the fuck? What just happened? Wait, I think I have a long. Do I have a long right now? Oh god, help me. That account is short. That is not good. This account, I sold the short. Thank God. Yeah, this account would have been down like 7,000. So yeah, we're only down on a 50-cent account. Now it's 50 cents. It was just 80 cents a couple days ago. I started with 3 cents. So I'm trying to make history, and a funny way to make history would be to like turn a 3-cent account into like $1 million trading Forex. So that's one of my my challenges going on in the background as well. That's honestly the funnest way for me to like trade, is to just do challenges all the time. Everything else gets a little, you know, a little boring here and there. All right, everybody. So I was fixing the welcome message. So we're going to go back to SPY while I fix this and just pretty much stare at this here. We talked a lot. We had a lot of proper teaching moments. I think we should slow it down a little bit. Wait for the next SPY trades to open up, which are going to be, again, I'll go over it one more time. Let's pull up the chart first. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay, so the next trades we're going to get into are going to be puts at number 12, which is 648. The other trade we're going to get into is wait for it to fall down to number 8 again for a second time, which is now going to be the purple line. And once you hit the purple line, I want to see it bounce at least right back to the blue before it potentially starts falling out the sky. This trade here is going to be very cheap. It's going to be probably like $10, $15. The next time we're going to trade, again, besides it being at the current point or number 12, is where we're going to buy puts. The next time to trade is going to be at number 5 again, when you fall down on top of it first, because that's the first thing I want to see here. You ran straight through number 5, and you literally paid no mind to it, which rarely happens. Even on fast days like this, like you see how you fell down from number 9, and we were correct about those puts there? When you fell down, you only hit number 7 and almost number 8. Or number 6, sorry. So you hit number 7 and almost number 6. If you look at the top right, it's something that I fixed last week because I started noticing you were doing that. So I already fixed it, but in all honesty, if you see my charts like probably like a month ago, you wouldn't have been able to actually see us, you know that, because on the rules it says if it goes past 4 and 5 after you buy the play, which is like, let's just say it hit number 4 and you bought a put, the next thing it says to do here is to play calls $10 to $20 into the continuing direction for a $2.50 move against it to number 8 and then back to 6. So normally you go straight above number 5, straight to 8, back to 6, and then after you hit number 6, you basically then will start to get another call play. So again, you buy the calls on top of, let's say you bought a put on number 4, you spent, let's just say $90. You bought 5 of them. Let's round it off, actually. That's a hard understand. I don't want to count all that. So let's say you paid $100. You bought 5 of them. You paid $500, right? You said, can you have the Discord link? You could find it if you click the YouTube channel. If you click like the top of my name. So let me direct you guys. I actually completely forgot about this too. I didn't know I did this. View channel. I didn't know you could do this, actually. So if you guys go down here and you go to Wait, is it here? Actually, I have no idea. Where did I put it? I was going to say all my Discords are linked here. But the only Discord that's linked here is the main one. I could have sworn I fixed... Oh, no, it's right here. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. No, it's not there. In order for you to find all my Discords, you can either go to the top of my name, like right there. Or just go to post. And basically, these are all my other Discords. So the Forex, crypto, futures, pretty much options, and then the main options, like the main silo trades, whatever you call it, server. That's the word I was looking for. All right, so let's see. That's why I was like, when you said that, I was like, wait, how should I go about doing this? There's a bunch of them. But yeah, like I said, those other ones, the only time that I'm actually going to start building them, because right now there's no information on the crypto one or the futures one. Forex we completed the other day. We could probably complete one of them today, maybe crypto or futures. But remember, it's not going to be that much information yet because I'm waiting for people to actually be able to teach this because I want to pay them to teach. So at least if I have a couple people that can teach, if, you know, a bunch of people join one of the other Discords, it's like a proper system. Like there's like a proper school behind it. I don't know if you guys know this. I actually really want to open a school. If you didn't know that. Like I really want to open the school. You need them weekend class. Yo, those weekend classes, let me tell y'all, I used to go crazy. I remember I would have so many people join like in the morning, and then by like 1 o'clock, they would be like, I would make them join all at like 9, and then we would be doing like boot camp all the way to like 12 and 1. And sometimes I would be so annoying where we would have a whole class, and because I didn't like how long the video was, or I wanted to do it better, I would do it again right back, like back to back. So people sometimes they get annoyed with that too. Like I like making sure everything is perfect, even for the classes. Like if I feel like I did a class and I could do it better, I'll drop everything I'm doing that day just to finish it. So now the classes, they're pretty much all done for the most part. For the most part, honestly. The only classes I need to improve are indicator classes. I need to have more of those on the main server. And then the only other thing I think I want is weekly classes. Oh yeah, you know what? I think we should do one of these classes live here. Would you guys be down with that? If everybody on YouTube is fine with actually doing this, because this right here is going to change your life. And that sounds like a nice ring to me, you know? That's the direction we're trying to head in. So we could do it right here, right now, if you guys are fine with that, since Spy's just taking his time, giving us some bittersweet entries. We got some weekly entries, so I guess I could post those and fix those up. What else can we do here? Something started blowing up. I don't know what's going up. Oh my god, look at Intel. Oh my god, what happened to Intel? Oh my god. We're up a crazy amount of Intel play now. 50%. There we go. Remember, we bought another one at 4 earlier. That's what I was talking about. Very cheap price. And right now these are at $12 each. So it is dropping a little bit. We didn't catch that at the peak right there. It was at $22? Oh my god. So we were up 300% right there a couple seconds ago. Let me see. Is this going to potentially pop again, or is it over? Is it all ogre? I think it might be over. It was a put. So yeah, that's pretty much everything we went over. Was there anything I did not answer from the YouTube? Let me make sure I answered everybody's question. Okay, so you got the puts. There we go. You got a 644 put for $69. Let me see. How's Spy doing? So you sent that message at 122. 122 was right here. Yeah, you bought at a perfect point. Look at that. Like right around the peak, pretty much. Now the question is, did you sell the Spy put? That's my question for you. Because if you didn't, Again, you already know what that means. We got to get right back into the driver's seat, and let's figure out how we could solve this problem. It's not to like point it out and point fingers at people. Again, I'm not that type of a person. I want to show you that if you had a mistake, right away, just start screaming out, and the whole village is going to come to your rescue. Come on now. That's how we roll around here. That's the type of community I think we should build. Because remember, this is not just my community. This is all of our communities, everybody. This is literally all of ours. Not just one person. Intel is running up again. We're up 80% now. Yo, these Intel plays, like the cheap ones, have been so good. Oh my god. This is like, Intel is like the cheap money-making machine. Like, I'm so happy about that. Like, we found another short-term stock to trade. And this thing is amazing. Like, just a small move and there's so much profit. And when I sell out, it's like everybody sells out like right after me, so they get even more profit. We're up basically 90% here, everybody. It's running up again. This looks like it's like the bottom bit of something that could potentially take us higher. Or this is going to be a straight up reversal out the sky. And we're just going to fall straight right back down to down here. Where we're going to buy more calls again. For a very cheap price. Come on now. Never risk a lot of money. There's never a real need for you to quickly throw in your whole account into anything. I promise you. There's never a need for that. You can always make good money just with cheap stuff. Like this $5 play, $4 play that was just $3 a couple seconds ago is now at basically almost $20 each. We're up 100%, everybody. Go, 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 go. DJT is also running up as well. So we're going to sell DJT like near my birthday. Like September 5th. I'm thinking it's going to be a nice little birthday gift. That would be so funny if it does happen like that. We should do that, actually. Let's get some more companies for my birthday. What if the universe just blesses us for some reason? I don't know. Why not? 120%, everybody. I'm going to start selling out some of them here. 150%, everybody, on Intel. We're now at the high. Put your stop losses, please. We're going to get some puts soon. 160%. She's going like a firework. All right. I sold both of them here at $21 each. 160%. Remember, it was just $3 a couple seconds ago. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to instantly look for a put. But we're not going to get into it right away. We're going to let some value be drained from this contract. Because you could still go up a tiny bit higher. The problem is, when is that going to occur? When is that going to happen, right? Like, for instance, you could just fall right back down tomorrow you do it. And if that's the case, if I know that can be potentially on the other side of this trade, I know we should get out right here. Right before stuff gets a little ugly. So that's the purpose of the calls. Remember, we bought them down here. In the middle of this dotted line. All structured. And then we told everybody, we're going to do what we did a couple days ago, which is just play calls above, going into the 25s. And then from 25, we played puts, going from down here, straight down to 24. We sold out right down here. And then we told everybody, now we're going to get some calls exactly at that dotted line for it to run up to the top and then out the box, because it still looks like it's going to run somewhere up here. And then now we just sold it. Now Intel's falling. So now we're just going to wait for this to drop down to here, which is 24.29. And then after it hits this again, we could get a call here. So let me start posting everything to the community. Let me start warning everybody now. Okay, so we sold the Intel. Phenomenal trade right there. I honestly thought that was going to turn into a loss. I thought that was going to be our first Intel loss. We're still undefeated, everybody. Not even a single 0-day loss. And remember, 0 days, I don't count them as a win or a loss. Because in terms of price action, let's be real here. Does everybody know how much money is being transacted with SPY 0 days or with just 0 days for that matter? Like, do you know how much money is being used to trade that on a daily basis? Versus, do you know how much money is being used to trade 100-day contracts, 300-day contracts? Do you know what's the statistic on that number? If you don't, it's around $1 trillion. Believe it or not. So around $1 trillion gets transacted with 0-day contracts from like start to finish of the day. The craziest part is that with the Forex markets, the reason why I trade Forex and why I teach people how to trade Forex, like in order for you to become a really good trader, you need to be able to trade Forex. And the reason why I say that is because the Forex markets move so slow. You know, cough, cough, besides Euro this year because of Trump. The way the Euro works on news is ridiculous. Like, look at this. Let me hide the chart. Look at what this looks like right here, everybody. That's like the biggest move in like basically all of August, pretty much. Look at how insane that is. We played puts going down from somewhere over here. I'm pretty sure it was from here to like right here. That's where we played puts on Euro. And then you basically just broke out of everything, but you're next to a previous high. So what's most likely going to happen here is you're probably just going to consolidate for like a day or two and then get shut down in a random direction. And then once you get shut down to the midpoint, like down to here, we could go long again. So it really does teach you proper mitigation of your contracts. Now, you know, it's crazy, right? Is let's say if I had $1,000 in this play, as soon as I go negative 500, they instantly sell my contracts. Meaning you can never actually lose all your money, just half of it, which is still a lot of money. But that's only if you're full porting. If you actually only use like $25, you have way more margin that, of course, that they could take from. But I think normally they instantly sell you out at 50%. Like that's like the rule. So as long as you're using like a $100 account or a $500 account, you won't really lose your whole account. Versus playing with a SPY 0 day, you could lose the whole entire $1,000 account if you play the wrong direction. So it's very forgiving. Very, very, very forgiving. But normally these types of trends are not occurring like this. I'm telling you, it's only because of Trump. Only because of this powerful news. I mean, you've been regularly breaking trends like that, but you see how it takes its time? You know what I mean? It doesn't, like, this is, like, ridiculous to see a candlestick like that. Like, that much price action, but it makes sense because in the Forex markets, it's $7 trillion being transacted a day. 7 times what the options market is, basically. So it's ridiculous. That's not even including futures. So everything is its own thing. The 0-day SPY contracts, point blank, are its own ecosystem. It's like its own thing. So it's kind of weird because when I'm teaching people how to trade 0 days and like 1-day contracts, 5-day contracts, I had to teach it differently. Like the way the risk mitigation is, the way that you average down, everything, the way everything goes into it, everything matters. But with Forex, it's a little bit easier, I would say. Like you could probably start a $200 Forex account. And if you literally follow my weekly trading styles, because I don't trade Forex on a weekly, I just actually recently created a trading style to do that. Like I think literally last week when I opened up the Forex Discord. And with just a $200 account, I know you could probably take that to like 1,000 within a month. Logically speaking, very slowly. And you could trade on Sundays. And you could trade 8 a.m., right? You could trade 4 a.m. So it kind of kills that itch. You know? Like some people, like they have a job and they can't trade during the day. They can't be sitting down trading live. So like for instance, when they're going to trade SPY 0 days, if people work, it's a lot harder for them to learn. Versus if they're trading at night, you know what I mean? With something that's not moving crazy fast, but they could still take $1,000 to $1,100, make a nice $100 check right there. Like that stuff adds up. You know, it really does add up. When I started my Forex account, it was just $15. We took it to $400 4 times. Like literally every single month we were focusing on it, using the Trump news. we were literally taking that account to the sky every time. Like I remember going out on a Sunday. I remember going out like at night, right? I went to like some rooftop thing with one of my friends. And while I'm at the place, I'm getting into Forex trades on the side and sending it into the Discord. And it felt so surreal that you were outside at night trading. It kind of felt like you were in a different country. That's what it felt like to me, at least. And no, yeah, we ended up turning that $200 account that night to $400 by like 4 a.m. by the time I went home. Like I remember going home in the Uber, still trading. Like that's fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. So you could do that with Forex. And it's not like futures where, you know, you're at a place, you can't look at your phone for a second. You look back at it and you get margin called. You know, they take half of it. With futures is way more unforgiving. It's actually more unforgiving than options. It's way harder to trade futures than it is to trade the stock market or options. Futures is probably the hardest thing. Yeah, futures is definitely the hardest thing, I would say. Yes. That's probably at the top. And then below that, you have the crypto market. Actually, no, I wouldn't list crypto market there yet. It's not hard to trade. It's just we don't have enough data. This is only something that came out a couple years ago. You know, 2014, 2009. We need at least like 20 years, 30 years of economic data. And then we can actually trust our intuition whenever it comes to the trades. For now, it's anybody's, you know, game. Bitcoin could be at 300K this year. It could ignore crypto winter. Or it's just going to follow the last 4 years and pretty much fall out the sky. Which is what I'm thinking it's going to do. In fact, crypto already started to fall out the sky. So it looks like we might have perfectly timed the peak. December is supposed to be the low on crypto, like December, January. So I guess it's not the hardest market. It's probably futures, then options, and then it's probably futures, options, crypto, then stocks. Stocks is by far the easiest thing in the world to trade, by far. Actually, is it easier? Would I say it's easier than options? Yeah, because you're not going to really have to deal with crazy movement with the 0 days, which is most of the problem. If you didn't know, if you couldn't tell, 0 day price action literally destroys the stock market. That's the reason why I'm telling you, do not look at 0 day trades and get mad about them whenever they turn into losses, because this market is very hard, you know. It's very hard to learn this. So just take your time. Eventually, it'll make sense. Eventually. As long as you're also, you know, just getting everything noted. Trump really likes Intel. Their processors? No, yeah, Intel is starting to, I'm telling you, Intel, like the last 2 years, because I've been staring at NVIDIA and AMD. Like when I bought my computer, it's all NVIDIA parts. The graphics card, even my monitors are for NVIDIA graphics card. It's like everything is for NVIDIA, because NVIDIA tends to have like the best, like the top technology, you could say. But then when Intel started making graphics cards, I was really happy because they made it much cheaper than any of the NVIDIA and AMD stuff. Actually, no, AMD is pretty price competitive. That's the only reason why I like AMD, is because their prices are extremely low. So like you could build a $3,000 NVIDIA computer, or just build something for AMD with the same specs for like $2,000, like $1,800. That's how good AMD is. It's just the technology is a little back, like not back. It's a little behind NVIDIA. It's not as good as NVIDIA. But then again, you also got to look at the different aspects, right? Like what is that graphics card intending on doing? Because NVIDIA's graphics cards are, you know, with the shading and all that stuff, it's a different intention than what AMD is trying to push. But yes, Intel is starting to change the game. I like the way that they're starting to get into the graphics cards. A lot more news, a lot more events. I believe there's also a company shift in structure. We got to check the notes, though. That might have been, I think I'm confusing it with Target. I think around the same time I was doing Target's notes, I did Intel. So that might have been Target, yeah. I got to check the Intel notes. And then from there, we'll see if we could potentially play for a newer high. I'm thinking Intel is going to run to 20, 27, 28. Like right now, it's kind of like the slow days before the big moves. You managed to hit 26, but I needed to hit 27. Yeah, most of the PCs I've built, they also have Intel processors. So they'll have like an Intel processor and NVIDIA pieces. You know what made me so mad? Around the time I was buying NVIDIA graphics cards when I was 15 and I was building like the computer I had, around that same time, NVIDIA was worth, look how much it was worth. Oh yeah, by the way, this was our last crazy NVIDIA trade where we turned $30 into $670, almost $700 each contract. Like it was like 680, oh yeah, right here you can see it, 6.7. So $670 from just $30. That was one of the craziest trades we ever got into for NVIDIA so far this year. That's why I have the picture there. But yeah, if I go way back to 2014, NVIDIA was around 17 cents. Of course, it wasn't actually 17 cents. They did a split. So its actual price at the time was around $7, I think. Like $7, $3. So if I would have put the same $200 into NVIDIA as I did to my computer at the time, that $200 back then in 2014, because remember, you got to be realistic. This is the only company I really knew about. That $200, think about it. Because right now, that would have been 20 cents. So what are we currently at right now? 20 cents. You just divide it by the price, the peak. So 20 cents, so 184.11 divided by 20. Let's see, how much is that? I think it's probably like a 100x, maybe. That's more than 100x, actually. That might be like a 10,000x right there. And then we'll get back into the SPY trades. I know. I got you right now. Okay, so let's see. 20 cents. Oh, no, let's just divide it. So 184.11 divided by 20. Equals 950 times. I believe I did the math on that, right? Don't quote me if I'm wrong. But that would have been times 920. So $200 times 920. I would have had $184,000 just from $200. Craziest thing in the world, let me tell y'all. That's why now I try to catch companies like that, because it's just like, it's more satisfying, you know, when you can catch a crazy low. It's like really, like you're really confident about it, kind of like how we did with SMCI when we went up like that 700% gain that one time. It's also what we're waiting for right now on SMCI, waiting for it to drop to 35 and then potentially 30, and then we're gonna get some calls for it to bounce right back up to 45. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back into this. SPY short term, what we're going to do now. So you hit number 10 again. Now you're falling down to number 9. It's really just killing price action. So that's why we're looking at it in a way where every up and down it has, we're trying to think about a smaller location that it could hit. So you see how it fell from 10 to 8? Now when you hit number 10, you're only falling to number 9. That could be the case, and you could hold here. Because again, you're just doing smaller trends. Smaller, 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 smaller. And then you're going to snap. That's what you're looking for. So it's probably going to snap soon here. That's what it really looks like, honestly. If you make a little wedge at the top, make a little wedge for the bottom. Yeah, it looks like you could snap here. You might just fall right back down to the yellow line, hit it, and then if you get above this yellow line, you might just run up to the top. If you get below this yellow line, it kind of perfectly correlates with the reversal points too. That's kind of cool. I'm actually really happy about that. I like when it does that, you know? It makes it easier to trade. Yeah, you don't got to really do too much thinking. You have your old 1080 Ti? Yeah, damn, that's really old. The graphics card I had was the Nvidia GeForce 970, I think. It was like 930 or 970. I always wanted the one with 1,000, but I just didn't have the money for it at the time because those were really expensive. They were like $200-300, I think. That's why I spent the $200 on the graphics card. It was because I bought the 1060. Yeah. The current graphics card that I have right now, I absolutely love it. When it comes to rendering stuff and 3D editing, it's the 3090 Ti. It's absolutely amazing. And with certain graphics cards that you used to be able to group them together. So like, let's just say you have one graphics card and then you get another one. You used to be able to bridge them and make your computer like twice as strong. But then I don't know why they did that, but they removed it. And only my graphics card allows that. Like the 1080 doesn't allow it. The 1070 doesn't allow it. Only the 3090. Sorry, I said 10. But the 3070 doesn't allow it. Only mine. And I feel like they only did that so that they could force people, because people, they were just buying the cheaper graphics cards and then making them as strong as like their more expensive graphics cards. So I think they were trying to control the market a little bit. And what they did was they only made it so that the most expensive one is the one that you can actually buy another one of. It's kind of unfortunate. No, so right now, again, the market was moving too quick, ladies and gentlemen. We got to take a step back, take a seat. We got to watch the market fight itself a little bit, and then we'll be able to get into more trades. Because there could be a big move on the other side, and we do not want this market to damage us, especially after a giant move straight up into the sky. The market's been consolidating for way too much, but it's okay because we knew it was going to do that. We had a feeling. So I'm very happy about that. Your puts are still up 10%. Excellent. There we go. Excellent right there. So yeah, just put a nice little stop loss. You have a 6,750. Yeah, I always wanted to try AMD. Honestly, I think I might make my next computer AMD. I think I might do that, honestly. I just want to see what it is like. Yeah, SMCI did have one of the craziest turnarounds. That's the reason why now we pretty much trade the whole entire semiconductor sector separately. It's mainly because of Nvidia and of course these other companies, but SMCI, Intel, they're all really good companies to trade. AMD is also really good, but I don't know what it is. I have a personal like bitter taste in my mouth with AMD. Not because we lost some money earlier this year. We lost $250 on it. Not because of that. And also not because it then ran to the point that my contracts expired at, like 2 months after. That's also something that was a little annoying. But it's not because of that. It's mainly because of how close AMD is with Nvidia. They're literally family, if you guys didn't know that. Like, they're related to each other. I don't know. And if one person is trying to just you know, do the same thing the next person is trying to do, it doesn't really feel like, you know, like I want to trade that. But it is something we could trade, honestly. It's just I don't really like trading AMD, really. All right, give me 1 second, everybody. So just give me 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna clean up some stuff around here. I gotta clean some of this stuff up real quick while we wait for Spy. I'll have Spy in the background though. I'll be watching it from afar. Give me like 5-10 minutes. All right, so yeah, we'll just look at the reversal chart, which is this one here. You guys already know what the game plan is. We want this to fall from here to potentially number 8. We want to see if the trends are now going to unwind again after it was compressing for so long. So once you get to about right here, we're going to play some calls for you to potentially run back up to here, right? If not a little bit higher, but I think that you could at least consolidate from 8 to 9 or maybe 10. So maybe when we hit 9, we'll just stop out of the calls, take our profit. If you continue heading lower, you would need to play puts straight down to number 6 or 7, which is like right down to here. And then potentially wait for it to consolidate down to number 5, where you'll then get some calls to play the jump right back up to number 6, 7, or 8. I would most likely play something smaller because it's safer, logically speaking. It's more likely to go your way. So play for like 6 or 7. But the fact of you dropping from 8 to 5 basically means that you can now at least go up to number 7 or 8 is what I'm thinking right now. So that's the next game plan, everybody. Calls at number 8. Puts below number 8 to number 6 or 7. Calls at number 5. Or just straight up, if we run up right now, puts at number 12. Back down to number 10. We'll put our stop loss at number 10 and then probably see if it's going to fall to number 8. That's what we could do. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Remember, give me like 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back. My bad, everybody. I just got word I'm supposed to I was supposed to go to a wedding today. So I'm gonna have to get everything ready now. A little last minute. You sold the Intel at 300%. There we go. That's excellent. Let's see. The Intel calls, they are extremely cheap now. Tesla 310 put doesn't look that bad. We're down a couple dollars here, so let's go take a look at Tesla's trend. Yeah, so you're still stuck in at that, you know, that little range right there, that 338 range, which is right around the area where we bought it from. Nothing new has occurred yet. For Nvidia, pretty much at this level here, you could definitely run to at least 180 tomorrow on Nvidia. And then we could play puts from 180, potentially going right back down to like 178. So you might be at the bottom of the next gap up, potentially. So you can have a situation where tomorrow we gap up across the board on the whole entire stock market. Which is why we're not going to really get too much overnight trades until the market kind of lands in a really nice location. So like for instance, with SPY, we kind of don't want to mess with it for now. Because yesterday we bought calls down here. The day after we averaged down on them. And then over here, we sold them. So now what we kind of want to do on the weekly is look at potentially puts for you to fall down from 646, 647. The way I told people how to play the puts here was with the calls that we sold. So with those calls that we just sold, I told everybody that we were going to sell them at 644, and then we were going to buy puts at 644, 646 to play a little drop going right back down. You got a tiny drop right back down to 642. And it's kind of funny because I think I wrote that too. I think I said we were going to fall down to 642. If not, I said puts at 642 down to 640 is what I wrote. So for right now, yeah, since you're above that area and you're kind of doing tomorrow's trend, which is Monday's trend, I want to see you end up at the pretty much the same area here by Monday. And then when Monday opens up, I want to see you fall out the sky just a tiny bit. Maybe to like 644 from 646. If we go above 646 by Monday, we're going to play calls going up higher. If we're below 646 by Monday of next week, we're going to be playing puts going lower. And again, it's something you can conclude just by looking at the previous high and a low, which is what this box on my screen currently is doing. It's the August 1st to August 15th range. I love how you hit the midpoint and bounced on it. Like that was such a good trade. So now we're going to probably wait for the market to cool down a little bit. And the next time I make you get into a 5-day for the calls is at 640 or potentially going up above 646. You said a stop loss at this point? Well, honestly, you had to remember, you sped up the range and you did 2 ranges in a day. What's going to happen is, one, either a complete slowdown until 3 o'clock, so you're just going to keep, getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then at 3 o'clock, the move is going to occur towards the end of the day. You can get a move now where it, moves before 3 o'clock. Or the last thing, which is you might not get no move at all back to the downside. Or consolidation, you might just continue to run up higher here. So which of those moves is going to be the most likely thing to occur? The most likely thing to occur here, in my opinion, with 0-day options, let's start with those, and then we'll move our way up to the 5 and 20 days. If you have a 0-day option for a put right now, you still have a ton of potential. If it's a 643 put specifically, like 643, 644, you're pretty much still in right in the money. You just gotta wait for the market to finish slowing down, and then it's gonna start moving straight down to here, 643.60, or it's gonna move above 646, this size, and then you're gonna stop at right here, which is 650.48. That's what could occur today. That's what I'm thinking, because it's like the smaller moves, you know. Well, this is still a big move, you know. It's like a $5, $4 move, but at the same time, in terms of what you did on the weekly, it's really a small move. That's how you can also know how to trade the proper ranges week by week. It's because they always change. So as long as you always grab the new high and then the new bottom. So like for instance, you see how I don't have the new box going back up? I don't have it here, but I have it somewhere else. Let me show you. This one right here. So that's why as the SPY is running up here, we pretty much are perfectly able to see where it's going to run to, which was that pink circle. The next area it could run to is 648, this other pink circle. And then, of course, you might even hit 651 and then fall. So, yeah, you're either going to drop from here next time on the SPY, or you're going to drop from the tippity top. These are the things that I wait for before I make people get into trades, just so you all can understand. Kind of sucks because we're not getting into a crazy amount of trades all the time, but on days like yesterday and the day before, you know, we traded as many times as normally a person would trade in a month. We traded that many times within one day, back to back. So that was, you know, within like the last week, you could say we have over like 50 trades. You could say 50 to maybe, actually that's being too nice. I would say in total, if we count everything, Forex, futures, crypto, it was probably around like 60 to 100 trades in the last week. With the only ones going against us being just Nvidia from this morning, really. Everything else went against us the whole week, and then the SPY call started working out just like we thought it would. So it's kind of like everything has its own purpose, you know. You said which TradingView subscription do I recommend? Honestly, the TradingView subscription that I have is premium. So what you could do is it still on? Is it on sale right now? If it's still on, I think it might be on sale actually. Let me see. How do you check products? Products. Where's the billing? Pricing. Oh, they don't have the deal right now. Usually they put the deal on where it's only like $200 for the whole entire year. That's what I do every single year on Black Friday. So for the premium version, which is the one I would suggest to a person. Now, do you need to pay for this right now? Honestly, if you have not made the money for this through a trade, then I wouldn't pay for it yet. Once you make the money through a trade and like you take it out of your account and put it into your bank account, then yes, I would suggest you can pay for it, but just don't pay $60. I used to pay $60 a month for like 2 years, 3 years, and then I was just like, you know what, I might as well start paying the other thing. So yeah, it's pretty good. I'm actually trying to create my own version of TradingView right now because I feel like their prices are way too high. I could give somebody the same charts, better charts. They don't lag. They don't try to make you pay for every little tidbit like it's like a video game. It's like everything you got to pay for. If you want extra charts, you got to pay for it. If you want extra indicators, you got to pay for it. And I understand it, but to a certain extent, you don't need to charge people for those things. You shouldn't. There's only certain things you should charge people for. Like when you go out of your way to do something, you know what I mean? Having indicator stuff is not really going out of your way too much. It should be inside of a trading app, at least in my opinion. But yeah, one day, once we know enough coders, because I can make websites, I just don't know how to code. I should probably also learn that, but not right now. My brain is too stocked up with other things. So I'm going to have to leave here, everybody. And I'll be back shortly. I'm just going to have to get a haircut before I go out to that a little wedding. I forgot to get it yesterday. I was supposed to get it yesterday. I just remembered. So, in the meanwhile, what we want to do here is just play calls at number 8. So I'm going to write this all out, and then I'm going to send it into the Discord before I leave right now. And as I get my haircut, I'm going to be fixing up all the trades that you guys could potentially get into for the rest of the day here. Now we should basically look at all the companies. So look at Intel. Look at, you know, what else can we look at? Intel. We could look at SMCI. We could look at BABA. That's what I would suggest you guys do right now. It's just look at the whole entire stock market and look for something that's basically like this is what you should do. Go to any stock, and if you're trying to learn how to trade a short term, just literally do this. Grab the high of the week and then the bottom, just like on Intel right here. And as you can see, you're basically at the midpoint. So when we sold this contract, we sold it a little bit above the midpoint, like right there. So the next time you want to buy a call is where we bought it last time, which is at the quarter point, like right down here at the bottom. But I don't think it's going to go that low again, maybe, because you might consolidate like this. So what I'm thinking is this is either going to be the middle of a new high. So like tomorrow is going to be a new high on Monday, and then we're going to start falling from the top again. Or you're going to fall from here to here, and then Monday you're going to fall straight down to here, which is 23, and then run up higher because this is the quarter points. So again, everybody, whenever you're trying to trade any stock, take the top, take the bottom, and, you know, chop it up. If you need a way to chop it up, I have all the videos on my channel. And yeah, just watch them. Take your time with it. Let's see. I'm going to have to also fix up the information for you, Louis, and for you, Danny. So give me one moment. I also have to do that before I leave. All right, there's so much to do. Let's start with... What should we start with? Let's start with the SPY. What is the SPY doing? Anything changed yet? Now you're getting a little quicker, so this is real nice. Finally. Finally, ladies and gentlemen. The Tesla play is also moving up a tiny bit in our favor. All right, wait, where did I put this at? Let me see. Wait, this might not be it. Okay, so we averaged down on that one. We averaged down on NVIDIA too. How's these NVIDIA contracts? For the NVIDIAs, they went from... Let's see. So they're at $2 each right now. It's going to be very hard for this to go back into money because it's so far away now for NVIDIA. So what I think we should do is not get into anything else for NVIDIA today, unfortunately. We're just going to have to take a $40 loss on this right here. It's a 0 day that expires today, so with 0 days, you tend to have less opportunities to get yourself out of a loss because it's basically the end of the day. So that's why we put only a little bit amount of money into these, because you could make a crazy amount with just $40. You could turn that into 200, 300, like we do it all the time, you know. So yeah, just take your time with it. There's no need to rush into it. We'll take the loss. We'll write about it today. We'll make sure that we, correctly dot every single aspect that was important so that we could take into next week to trade it better. That's the game plan right there. But yeah, if this does dump, these contracts could go from $2, $3 right back up to 20, and then we could just hop out for break even because our average is now at 24, right? So that's pretty good still. We still got an opportunity for that. And then the next thing we want to do here is sell the Tesla on Monday, potentially. That's pretty much it. That's the only thing we got to worry about right now. The DJT call is running still. So let's look at the Donald Trump company, whatever you call it. DJT. Intel is still running here, so you still have an opportunity for this to run all the way up to the top here, $26. This is ridiculous. like the profit on these contracts is like out of the world. I absolutely love it, everybody. Again, we sold out right here on this peak. Once you got above the midpoint. Now that you're here, the next location is going to be 2560, the location we bought our puts at. And I'm pretty sure you understand what we're going to do next, since you're running up this much now. And that is correct. We're going to probably play some incel puts here. We're just going to use our profit. So we're not going to go overboard. Never use house money. Only use profit. So if we trade an incel option for a put, you could most likely fall right back down to at least $24.30. So the $24 puts, they're currently $40 right now. If this goes in the money, you're going up 100%. I kind of want to get it cheaper, though. So maybe we wait for Monday, yeah. Maybe this is going to run up all the way to the top here. Because the put contracts, they're actually not ready to be bought yet. That's something that I also use for SPY. When I look at the SPY contracts, if I look at the calls and look at the puts, and it looks like the puts are way too expensive compared to the calls, I honestly want to see the whole entire board decrease itself and drop in value before I do something more. You know, or I buy something right now. You could buy something right now. You could make money with it. 100%. Like, for instance, those SPY calls this morning when you ran up like $9, $8. They went up a ridiculous amount, like 2,000%. But in theory, because we already had the SPY calls, we were focusing and prioritizing the short-term downside because we already had ourselves covered. Now that we're out those calls, we're not covered no more for any more highs. So although I suggest that everybody takes a break and we take like a, you know, like a moment here to chop up the trades, like tonight, we create that video, look at the whole entire week, see every trade we got into, why, and how it ended up, see what our percentage was. And then from there, the next thing we had to do is just see how we're going to trade the next week. Because we already took this $15 account to $1,000 now. So now the next goal, from $1,000, we took it from $15, then we went to $100, then we went to $200. And then because the market was a little bit slower, you know, in terms of the weekly moves, and we were looking for bigger moves, we basically waited to sell the puts, which kind of ate up some time. If it wasn't for that, this account probably would have been at around 5 to 10,000 right now. But because we had to wait for the weekly moves to occur, we're only at 1,000 right now, which is still pretty good, but we're definitely behind schedule, if I had to say. So yeah, next week we're also going to see if we can get right back on track with the schedule, which is basically, we started with $15. The goal was to take it to 1,000, but that was the other account. We were taking it to 1,000 in a week. We basically did it with this account now. I wasn't intending on doing it with this account, which is kind of funny, but no, yeah. So we took 15 to 1,000 within a week, and now our goal is to take the $1,000. We just want to get around like 50% per day, which is easy. It's not that hard. And then for how much days are left in August? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So 5 days are left in August. Let's put 7 here. Wait, why did I say? Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days. So we put 5 days. Yeah, I don't know why my brain just did that. So in theory, even if I do this super slow and we go at the current pace that we're at right now, we would hit around 3,000 by the end of the month, just starting with $15 on... Wait a second. This is not calculating it right. Yes, there you go. Okay, so we would hit around, 3,000 by August 27th. Oh, no, we have to August 29th. Yeah, that's why my brain did that. Oh, my bad. So in theory, since we have to the 29th, this account, again, this is the slowest way that we could progress day by day. We could, of course, go slower than this, but this is at least what I would want per day now. We should be at 8,000 by the end of next week. So within 2 weeks, we turn $15 into 8,000. That's a nice video right there. So we'll see if we can make that. Got to make it happen now. We have a goal. Let's accomplish it now. And then after we get to 8,000, since that's the new goal for next week, let's just say if I do this a little quicker, no no fear, just straight up aggression, we should be able to turn this into 32,000 by Friday next week. From just $15 last week to $1,000 this week to 30,000 next week. Is basically what we could do here. But this is like very aggressive. This is like we got to be on top of our game every single day. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder. We might need more time for us to hit like 30K. But we could definitely do it. And that wouldn't even be something crazy. Normally SPY gives you around 100% per day. It's just you got to get the main trend, you know? You got to be right with the whole entire main trend, which is a little harder. It's definitely possible. We do it all the time. But we do it under the understanding that we're not forcing ourselves to do that, you know? Yep, so exactly. We're waiting for it to break below the wedge that you created, which is this one right here. It's just staying stuck inside of it, you know? Just killing value. This is how you could pretty much draw it. Always with a wedge. Choose the top points, just like that, and then choose the bottom points. And whenever it gets to the top or bottom is when you could buy. Whenever it breaks below it is when you can continue to play that direction. So it's kind of like while it's stuck inside of here, you're just playing ping pong back and forth, just like how we always do it with SPY. It's just right now we're trying to lose no money. I don't want to lose a single dollar with SPY. That was a fantastic gain. Let's now make sure we maintain this. So what we're going to do is we're going right back into cheap trades while we're also going to try to build this $1,000 account to basically almost 10,000 within a week. And then right now I'm going to have to leave so I can actually go get a haircut. If everything is, you know, quick, if it's fast, just go on the Discord or go on Moomoo, and I will be posting everything there, pretty much. So on the Discord, it's just generally going to have the information, obviously, before 4. For Moomoo, I might have to post it after 4, just because I might not have enough time, because it's 3 o'clock and I'm going to go there. But honestly, even while I'm at the wedding, I'm going to be writing the whole entire time and fixing up the Discord, so it should give me some more time, actually, to be able to fix things. I noticed that for some reason when I have something to do, I actually end up fixing the Discord like 5 times quicker. Somehow, I don't know why. But yeah. So this should be able to help us out a little bit here. In terms of any more trades, we're just going to wait for the market to flash out the sky for the other accounts, like for Nvidia, let's just say, or for Tesla. And then for Intel, we're going to get some puts on Monday, not today, unless it just goes parabolic, which currently it looks like that's exactly what you're doing right now. So yeah, if it can run up to the top here, we will get the puts today on Intel. If it does not run up to 2650 specifically, do not get any puts on this. Unless you're trying to trade something cheap, I guess you could do that. But again, you might as well not. Let's be honest here. Let's just maintain our accounts and wait for the next really good trade instead of just jumping into anything that we see. Which is pretty much what we were doing earlier today, this morning with like Nvidia. And it already yielded a loss, technically. The market could fall out the sky here still. But as of right now, we're accepting that Nvidia trade as a loss, a full loss. And if we had a full loss doing a certain thing, your next trade can't be the same thing. You can't be it can't be the reason why you got into that trade, which was because we were playing off a SPY on Nvidia. So yeah, we're just gonna wait. Let the market take its course. Who knows? These options that cost $3, $2, they might go right back up to 30 and 40, just like how we did it with the SPY options yesterday. That could literally happen today again. But if it doesn't occur and you don't get this bigger move and it just keeps killing value till 3, that's literally a perfect way for me to actually show you how we're timing the market even when the market is slowing down. Like, we know it's slowing down and we know how to play it for it to potentially speed up again. So it's kind of cool. Yeah, join the challenge. Whenever you post, I'll show you how to post your account. Like, I'll show you what pictures to take, because there's certain pictures that, you know, obviously everybody would want to see. Like, for instance, what account balance you're at. And then there's a certain way to take the notes per day. Like, the time that you bought your contract, how much you paid for it, how much you sold it for. So that if I go back on the chart and I go back to that exact day that you bought and sold, Even if I can't see a contract, the contract's value no more, what I could do is I could see how the trend occurred for you to get that gain. And then I could literally go backwards to make sure that everybody's properly trading with the correct thing. So it's kind of like a way for me to fact check as well, just to make sure you're doing things properly. I know it sounds crazy, but that tends to be just how, I don't know why. Again, I'm sorry to bring this up again. I think it's the universe. That's the only way I could explain it. Like the function, like the high level of functioning to be able to have this many plans, like behind the scenes, it's weird. I never had this with anything in life. But yeah, I enjoy it. I'm happy it's actually helping everybody here, like massively. The last week, you guys have been doing amazing. You guys just started watching and you're already making, you know, hundreds. That's what I like to see, everybody. Come on now. So yeah, check those companies. If you would like to post those companies inside the chat, you already know what you got to do here. Post it. I'll take a look at it. And then we'll make the charts for it tonight when I come back home for all the companies for next week. Because we have the whole entire weekend here. So we're going to be having classes pretty much all night tonight, all morning tomorrow, as well as all night tomorrow, like the whole entire day, 9 to 9. 9 in the morning, all the way to 9 at night, we're going to be having classes and one-on-ones. And then Sunday, we tend to have kind of like the chill day, you know what I mean? But we start trading Forex towards 5 p.m. In case anybody wants to join me, I start trading Forex at 5 p.m. on Sundays. Alrighty, let's get this stuff in order. Let me go ahead and take a little break. Let me go get this haircut. Let me post some other ideas, some other trades. Who knows? We might be able to get some SPY trades while I'm over there getting a haircut within the next like 20 minutes. I just got to drive there now. Other than that, everybody, I will see you a little bit later today whenever I come back home. And that's pretty much all. There's nothing else for me to go over, really. Absolutely phenomenal day. Thank you, guys. Thank every single one of you, you ladies and gentlemen. I really do appreciate just everything. Appreciate how you're doing. Appreciate how you're scaling. Appreciate you taking notes. And I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you, Louie. I appreciate you, brother.